in those individual moments coming out from V1 against the Crazy Raccoons. I think it was one of the biggest selling points was me being fully on board with him at that point. And if we get Penny now having another performance like he just had, that could be a huge addition. And they need that here. This is traditionally a Team Liquid stronghold. So if you wanted to see V1 have to go against the odds, it's now time to really tune in.
I don't often talk about which side the teams start on, but the fact that Liquid is starting on attack here is actually kind of huge for them. Again, biggest concern being is the shift of pace I'm expecting out of Liquid, and right away here in the pistol round, it looks like we might get that, Lauren.
Eyes turn towards it. Pacey piece to begin with. Let's see what V1 are going to be like on this. Already a little bit of a contact towards Yampy, but it's going to be that split through market that's meant to be the main meat of the sandwich. But already Vanity's on the case trying to deal with it, but there's plenty of players on the other side. They have not made the cross yet. You can see it's scrappy, but now here comes the cross. Already taking a lot of damage, though. Look at the HP on Liquid, but they're still standing until now. Penny and Zelsys in combination can isolate too, but Yampy comes right back on through. Zelsys just clotheslines him down, and FPs from the back of the site. Keeps cool, calm, and collected, and puts the first on for V1.
Version 1 just embracing the chaos of that pistol round. Liquid come through full force, just throwing haymakers coming out of market here. And somehow, I don't understand how Zelsys lived that long. Initially, he took so much damage. He's able to reset, and again, actually just exist inside that Astra utility actually invested on stairs. Perfect opportunity for him to play his life out, and just no real damage converted on the side of Liquid. But, again, early on, expecting a big pace change coming into Ascent here from Liquid, and that pissed around. If there's anything to go by, I think that will continue. It's going to be relentless here from them on their attack.
And I like what we saw before, and I'm glad we get to see Vanity doing this a little here as well. The combination to try and potentially deny some damage coming through over towards that quick A take. It's something that we've seen, obviously, Yampy do, but also Scream lean onto as well. So if they're able to slow this down, this could be a really good look.
Pretty close contact here. Vanity and Scream just kind of strafing off against each other. Oh, he did actually spot him out there, but Scream, unfortunately, on the repeat doesn't catch him. Meanwhile, Yampy's actually slipped through the net. Look at this. He's got a teammate as well. Soulcast backs him up. They're going to be able to pinch through from short here.
Yeah, and Vanity's going to have a lot of strain. Joined with Zelsys. Going to do really well to find the first. Yampy can't escape it. Lovely combination of the two. Going to deal with that threat coming through from short. And now Zelsys redoubles in, and that's great. Again, keeping them just at arm's length. Yeah, one kill comes through. Cryptic. What? Okay. Vanity's still alive. It's all right. They can pick up the guns. It could have been lost. They're okay. But something I do want to highlight throughout this game is I really have to keep my eyes on Vanity, especially on this half, because a lot of what I feel Liquid works on is those A takes, and they're really solid normally. If he's able to lock that down and keep, again, that great pacing coming in, joined with Zelsys on it, that's a huge win condition in my books.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know that Liquid are going to be way more proactive here than they were on Split in fighting for early territory, fighting for the orbs on attack to allow Scream to just create so much space seemingly for free on the back of his ultimate. So really, Vanity's a very pivotal member of version 1 in countering that. And straight away here on the buy round, you see Scream once again in a fight, be the front line here. Actually, Jammy's jump spotting here, but I don't think Penny was noted. No, he was playing off the back of Jammy's contact, and they will retrieve the orb now and reset away. Initially here, I mean, a little bit of a readjustment here with Vanity being on short and Jammy's coming over to play A site instead of B, with Zelsys actually going to invest his utility on B also.
Keep your eyes on the spike. Currently with Link. And no easy opportunities being found. You can see V1 are playing pretty deep on this, and I like that. They're going to make Liquid work for their dinner. Vanity waiting on towards short. Could be nasty with that judge. That's a little look through. Takes a bit of space. Down to 40 seconds now. Trying to run down maybe some of that utility, but still plenty to be played with at this point. And it looks like that lean back towards A. Keep in mind, Penny has been here, and he didn't show too much early on. Jammy spotting over from Heaven. Good utility use just to make this tricky. There's going to be a much slower approach. Now, yeah, they're going to at least clear off the kind of shoulder peak from Heaven. Going to get the jet jet dash in from Yampy, but it's Penny to find it real comfy. They've got 15 seconds. Are they canceling this?
They're actually going to completely throw the brakes on. And yeah. I mean, Jammy's done fantastic with it. To come down to 25 seconds and still have both snake bites to play, you know, basically on cooldown of the smokes on the wall, right? It is huge. And right there, I mean, it just goes to show, right? Liquid read that and they say, nope, there's no way. There's no way we're pushing through this choke with Jammy still having that utility available. It completely puts the brakes on that round.
This is the credit that I keep want to be giving to V1 with their utility use. If they've been watching over the Liquid, you know, games and they've got themselves prepared, which I'm 100% sure they have been, it's going to be the case of getting themselves mentally prepared for some of those side takes that Liquid have been able to run really well. Now, again, if they've keyed up that utility usage, and we've seen how good they are, one of the big key components that I liked about the way they came into this tournament was how good they were on that Viper meta, how they've always been a big kind of team to keep up with the meta and kind of push it further. Now, if they're on point with 1, their Viper, 2, the Astra, and then 3, throwing Zellsis, that utility usage between the 3 of them, that is incredible, and it's already made such a big problem for Liquid. And Liquid need to address this fast, because that's a really integral part of the Liquid puzzle.
Yeah.
It's a tactical timeout now, because they need to now look at other options or address it now, because it's not going to change going forward.
Dare I even say that this is almost like a tilt timeout? Like to have a round play out in that nature, where on a full buy round it's 4, you just say, nope, guys, don't even go. Like they're taking a breather right now, reassessing things, and ultimately we're seeing here that yes, I think version 1 have done their homework, right? With the readjustment, at least in the previous round of Jammies coming across towards playing A main, they're expecting Liquid to just rotate back and forth, and we haven't seen that all-out A piece from Liquid on their first buy round. Now, that doesn't go to say actually that version 1 is still going to be ready for it if it does come.
But so far, tick in the box for V1 here. And the one thing that you'll say coming into this, if they want to look at Liquid, they're going to have plenty of footage on it. But the same for Liquid. They got to see the most recent game possible for V1 on this map. And again, that got extremely close against the Crazy Raccoons, which was a huge surprise.
Yeah, and the big thing there actually is you just talk about the stylistic differences between Liquid and Crazy Raccoons, right? I don't think Liquid are going to be able to drill into the same success. That's not how they like to operate. They don't like to play on those terms.
And we go again, but Penny this time switches it up, goes a little aggressive on the extremity. I love that change of pace. And now Vanity holding a lovely angle. It works so well. Scream just winded. Pellets to the chest. He's down, and now that's a rifle upgraded too. Liquid looking lost in this. Trying to find an option through middle with Soulcast, but already you're going to see Penny fill in that gap on the other side. Going to get himself over there with that lovely upgrade that he's going to be working with if he wants it. Waiting on the other side is Soulcast. Already got himself worked up in middle, but it's not an easy pick on Penny. Timing's going to be a factor. Keep eyes on the Omen as well. Spike to hand for Link. Looking to come through. Timing's a factor, but Penny's won it again. Great positioning from Penny to refill the gap in middle.
Plays perfectly off that. And Soulcast actually fires the dart up, you know, in anticipation of Penny being just there and having to turn for it. Now, Liquid, desperation time, and still so much utility at V1's disposal. They will just run the clock down once again. 18 seconds now, and Cryptix and Link have got to make a move if they want to do some damage. So they're just going to opt to save onto this one. An awkward engagement there, but Link and Cryptix will both find kills. Penny will find his third as well, though. The time, as you said, round already done and dusted here. Unless actually, Jammy falls. Oh, nearly.
There was a second. Quite literally a second. There was quite literally a second where it could have gone wrong, but no. 4-0. Breathe in. We're okay. We're okay. But let's talk about options now, because so they're being run pace-wise by the fact that V1 are in the driving seat, right? At the moment, they've got that lovely switch up of pace, throwing Penny ahead of it, then filling the gap. Brilliant. Now, let's talk about that utility work. When you have a team that's denying you that much utility work so well, you're going to have to rip it away from them somehow. Right now, yes, you can go for mad aggression, or you go for the double pumps, maybe the fakes, pulling them out, trying to get that utility away. It looks like a site change for now. It's all 5 towards B here. Yampy, though, going to have to back away from this. Again, the utility. If they draw it all out now, maybe they can re-aggress.
Look at nothing left for Zelsis, and Jammy's already invested a snake bite. Cryptic's actually going to find an opening here onto Effie's. It could still force the issue here. Scream with his ultimate, but only a Sheriff, but Bladestorm's still online. And actually, Cryptic's going to invest a lockdown here. Try and zone off sight for the time being. A perfect flash from Scream to force Penny off that angle. Well read by him.
Penny wants back in. He's going to pop the ult as well, so this does a sight. Penny still being held back, but Jammies is still here. Gets a little bit of value for it too. Finding Soulcast is decent. Penny gonna dash on in, feels it. HP looking real nice, and the shot's even better with the knives coming out.
No
Vanity finding Scream. This is unreal work. Yampy and Cryptics now backs to the wall. Divide comes in. Gonna make this a little bit trickier. There's gonna be the Killjoy ult as well. So much investment, and Cryptics barely living here. They're gonna try and play through towards CT. Zelsis gonna find one. He wants the second, not gonna get it. Cryptics now in a 1v2. V1 says no, and version 1 gonna make it to 5. This is impeccable work from the boys.
What a fantastic recovery by version 1 on that retake. Again, they sit back deep enough. Yes, Jammies is almost, left as a lamb to the slaughter, really, with everybody coming through, but finding the 1 kill before falling is absolutely massive. And actually, discipline-wise, they leave somebody back to watch Scream's ultimate here, but it's Link, and he gets picked off immediately by Penny, and then Vanity comes through, catches Scream on the reset. At that point there, 2 players isolated in B main. We talk about B main being such a huge factor for the attackers, holding onto that in a post plant, and it's dealt with so quickly.
Penny on the op. Gonna be tucking himself in to try and avoid that owl drone coming out.
Spot him. Scream!
Doesn't matter, apparently. Scream's gone. Well, okay, if you need a couple of rounds, boys, I'll get my backpack on, hop on in. Let's get this going already. So big space garnered in mid and short from the back of that 1 pick. Now, there is still 2 players on A, and look at that utility lockdown. Still so much to work through just on short, let alone you got Zelsis over there as well. So if they want to try and work this, Scream can catch and punish rotation, but try get through this death trap.
Liquid sit tight for the time being, and they come through. Actually, the flash and the dash through, and Yampy will isolate.
Guess that's how you do it.
But Vanity, once again, with a judge now playing close contact. Scream able to create more chaos elsewhere. We'll find Effie's. Jammy's still over on B now, but Vanity left to defend short. We'll find Link, and actually the spike's down.
Oh, Vanity! Nasty work from Vanity.
Terrible.
This could all fall to pieces, being a problem. He's been forced away by utility. They have to commit towards it, but he's bought time. And Jammies now is a little closer than before, may be able to make something from this in this 2v3. HP is low, but look, we know Bogdan's law. Vanity can still make it work with that op. Jammy's slowly making progress. He's going to try and find the first. Couldn't quite find Yampy. And it's time to back out with that op. Try and keep that potentially. Or maybe just keep it out of their hands.
Just going to throw it away. Sure, it's at least make it difficult for them to recover. Vanity actually not far off with that first tap there. Yampy playing close on fast here, but nobody from Liquid wants to give anything else away weapon-wise. Big round for them to get on the board. Try and get things going. Scream will pick up his 3rd. It's actually crazy. Even in that scenario, with everything's going wrong, Vanity just drifts back in towards 3. Finds Link on the way in. That's the spike down. And like you said, able to play his life. The fact that Scream still checks that, by the way, like I said, the owl drone didn't see him, and he still has the discipline to check that.
Yeah, if their adjustment now is, okay, we've got to take mid control and then play up short because that main entry is just locked out, fair enough. If that's the change they need, but it looks like a hefty lean, at least early on, towards this B lobby control. Penny again going to go back to this. This time, Scream not going to be the one chasing it. But look at the room that they're garnering towards that A push out as well. Viper checking deep, going to maybe sit up here for a second. There is a Killjoy on the other side, maybe keeping that one in charge. But they've got the information now, or at least the early read, and the rotations are on the way. This is still looking like it's going to be a B piece if they keep this up.
Just an overwhelming amount of utility here. Scream going to come through, clear all this space though. Nobody on site. Everybody able to survive for the time being, and Liquid should be able to get a clean plant here. Now, we've still got decent control of B main also. There's only Cryptics, and Vanity going to spot this utility out and reveal his position. Yampy setting up a little bit of a crossfire on lane also.
Yampy, that's going to be Vanity lost. Cryptic's in the key position.
Perfect.
You have to clear this, but Yampy and him in brilliant synergy here. And now Zelsis going to struggle on it. Yeah, the crossfire's all in play. Great work from Zelsis to find one, but it's the first piece in a long puzzle to unravel. And that combination, Hypok, it worked so well.
It really did, and Liquid seem to have stopped the bleeding for the time being. Put their second on the board, and Cryptic's really leading the charge for Liquid. 9-4, and really at this scoreline, I mean, that's a statement in itself, but you know, version 1, I mean, when Vanity's buying a judge, it's we don't even really need to talk about the damage to their economy. They're going to come straight back into this with as good as a buy round as anything. A Spectre and 3 Phantoms to boot. No ultimates available for them, and Link, the only one really with his online.
Double stack short side. Yampy's on the site. They still haven't quite, I guess, secured the site necessarily. They've cleared it. But there's still a danger here. This retake's real close. If they decide to make something happen, good work from Scream to maybe try and clear towards shorter touch. Spike now down, but there's plenty of threats nearby.
Actually, Vanity forced out of that smoke there with the molly. Actually puts him down to 10 HP. Penny now going to try and follow up on this owl drone out of heaven. Actually going to spot out Yampy, but he's able to drop and play safe for the time being. Still a 5v5 here. No kill in favor of either side. The flash is perfect up though, but Yampy finally converts.
Still a 5v3 now. Soulcast finding Vanity. That was a little unfortunate. He was very low. I think it's save time for V1. Yeah, get on out of there. Keep those rifles. Well, the 2 that they have. And I don't think any upgrades are coming. Yampy's chasing. Yampy is just... He's rabid when he wants it, but it's a round nonetheless. Link gonna just double check. There's no naughtiness happening. No, you're just fine. Back on out of there. And Liquid have stabilized. After the first couple of rounds, those first 5 that came tearing through, V1 were looking untouchable, but the answer's been found by Liquid.
I mean, the race site execution has so many minor adjustments to it to kind of keep it fresh and hard to read. It's going to be difficult for version 1 to deal with, but initially there, seeing them kind of read into the fact that Vanity's been playing the judge, he's been playing these cheeky little, I got to come back to what Potter said, these rat spots, right? Just doing rodent work, playing inside smokes and things like that. But again, just a slight adjustment. Usually we would see Liquid, you know, show some pressure towards tree. All it is right there, it's a molly into the smoke. They send some shots in, brings Vanity down to 10 HP, forces them out of that spot. And ultimately there, those are the sorts of things that, you know, when you are at a round deficit and you've got to lean back on the playbook and some of these executions that, you know, version 1 could go away and do their homework, right? And down to the T set up for that utility accordingly. That slight adjustment once again from Liquid just makes it really clean on the way in.
And I love the fact these timeouts, they're just so perfectly called in. You've got, you know, the first one initially from Liquid and the answer gets found. Now right back in it, V1 are like, okay, we've got to find the next step then. It's this constant evolution between these two.
This is Vanity's called this one, guys. I can't buy the judge. I've got to settle for a bucky, guys. We got to take a breather here, slow things down a little bit.
Again, what adjustments can they be making? It's to work out what's kind of been the answer for Liquid. We've seen kind of 2 looks of success now. One, you could say a little thanks to Scream to an extent. That pick on short when it came towards Penny, the mid control catching those rotations was nice, but they've now proven that they can lean back towards that site, maybe when they're on a slightly weaker buy, if maybe the utility's a little lighter, but the execute worked on the other side as well. So, if anything, Liquid showing that they do have a little bit of depth to them now. And V1 may be reading that this is trickier than expected.
I find it amazing that still we look at that buy and it's basically as good as a full buy for version 1 from what we've seen so far. I mean, obviously a couple of weapons saved through. 2 Phantoms. Actually, Liquid once again, as 5 here, going to lean on. Now, Version 1 leaning through B main, going to give all this information across. They should be able to set up for this. If everybody can stay alive, Penny in hell.
Penny.
He's got to go big here.
He does need to, but Yampy's never going to let it happen. Finds Penny, and there was that player close on short. They've kind of fallen back towards tree a touch further. I believe that's going to be Vanity over there. Spike now down. Good work so far. Soulcast going to be keeping track of the back, and yeah, great
Good stuff.
Accuracy from Soulcast. This is very well considered. Vanity unable to get much going in this round, sadly, for himself. He is going to be working with just that shotgun, and they all know very well where he's going to be coming from. So, no chance of that today, Vanity.
To beat a rat, you got to think like a rat. And everybody posted up playing distance. It's going to be the Prime Gaming flawless here. Oh, we can
Scream.
Camera.
Scream.
You hate it when you're on LAN and your C button just gets stuck like that. You gotta press it a couple of times, work it out.
Yep.
It's usually the switches, the heat in the studio and everything, and
yeah, it can happen. You gotta lube those switches. You're right. Good point. Soulcast though, lovely work from him. Real precision there.
Give me more. Give me more teabagging when you're 1 round down.
Please, you're not even winning yet, really, in this map. I love it. You've just worked it out off the back of a tactical timeout. Get in their heads. We love this psychological warfare, but Penny now forced away. A quick piece coming through middle. They've sent more than just Scream this time. It's going to be all 3 players here. Now, Vanity going to be falling back, but not being subtle about positioning. Could get punished for this. Zellsis, though, knows what's up. Sprays in, gets put down. Yampy and Scream in combination, trying to work towards the side, but it's Effie's back by Bohouse. Still good for 1 on Yampy, but now he's got plenty more to handle. 2 from the right, 2 from the left. Let's see how much more he can get done. Headshot. But it ain't enough to stop them from taking the site. Liquid flooding in. Spike now down. It's a 2v3.
Yeah, and actually, Lockdown invested as well. It's going to force V1 to make a move early to try and negate this, but got to come back away. No real ground gained off that, and Jammies and Vanity going to be very, very tough to hold on to these weapons with the amount of time. Again, Liquid are going to read very early this is going to be a save, or at least them reverting back to it being a save. Gonna go hunting though. Let's try and protect the economy. I don't think there's much of a need to now with this one. In a perfect response from Liquid stringing together. What is that, 5 now to tie things up? They were down 5-0, right?
Yes, I believe so. Okay, V1. We've got to get a grip on it now, boys. It's been going wrong. You gotta find a way to stop the rot here, because Liquid are looking like they've just kind of kicked up a gear. They've found the form out of nowhere, and the tactical timeout works. And again, we have to praise the likes of Sliggy in this too. As much as, yes, there's in-game leaders in the game, but he is truly the puppet master when it comes to Liquid. He's always been vocal about it, and he's a great mind when it comes to Valorant. So again, the adaptations, the adjustments clearly working out on this one on the switch up. And the answer yet to be found for V1 on this bit of a shaky purchase here. I guess as best as they're going to get.
Yeah, the talking point of version 1 and what's considered a buy round for them. But 4 ultimates available. Obviously, the Blade Storm popped off the rip. Link actually going to send the Paranoia through, and they're about to close the distance very quickly here on the back of Yampy. Effies will respond. See if he finds a kill with the Hunter's Fury here, but Penny also. He comes through. He actually isolates Yampy and Tree, and both kills, actually.
Penny, this is what you need. If you need a man to step up for V1, it could be Penny leading the way as best he can. Looks like Zellsis could be done for. No, he's still alive. How is Zellsis managing to live
I don't think
here?
I checked that.
You can't. You just tried to clear it with like 2 pieces of utility.
I was going to say, even if they force the issue and come through here, there's no way they would have checked on Zellsis. But Cryptix and Soulcast now. Going to hit the rotate. Penny already preemptively rotated over. Jammies. I thought he might have just been close enough to grab the audio cue actually on the footsteps through mid, but the recon bolt going to give things away. Penny though, look where he's got himself tucked into with his Blade Storm.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Oh, it's cleared!
What? Soulcast clears that? Okay, it's a 2v4 and now it's a 2v3. You don't win these normally without mistakes being made, but I can't even discredit Penny on that one. Soulcast just checking, but 50 HP on Soulcast. They're pushing forward. Effie's fights Cryptics. Nastiness coming out on Soulcast. The 1v3, there's a couple of players with less than ideal weapons, but the aim still holds true. And Zellsis comes right back in. V1 find their answer in the form of Penny having a round.
Really, really good stuff. And again, just all that aggression. And actually, Soulcast, another tool to kind of create some space for Liquid, for Yampy to kind of thrive in. Yampy and Scream, I should say, actually. Again, pops the Hunter's Fury, sends that through, clears off a couple of really crucial angles. But you can see here, Vanity falls, Penny immediately swings on the back. He knows that, actually, Effie's in his Hunter's Fury is going to give him the opportunity to do that. And that's how we found Link. What? I wondered where the second came from, but...
That's how they got the round. That shot, that shock dart. Hold on. Wait, do we have player comms? Did I just hear that?
Okay, I'm hoping there's going to be some kind of montage here of NA comms.
Riot's feeling real risky. There's already been a teabag. They're like, all right, let's just rip off the Band-Aid. Let's just see what happens, boys.
Open all the mics up.
Hot mic the whole time. Now 5-6, V1 do get their answer back, but that was a big credit to Penny there. They need to find consistency, at least to get this one, the nice lead on the half. Yampy still looking for that first start towards short, gonna push away the opponent straight up towards tree, looking for Penny, who is on the other side of that smoke for now. Zellsis, no subtlety in the steps, and Yampy's gonna swing it.
Beautiful.
Precision is just on it. Screams now join him, and Penny waits patiently, having to watch as his teammates almost got ripped to shreds, but Effie's on the turn, and Penny finds one. I thought he might have gotten more from that, and now a 2v3. Lincoln Soulcast, 40 seconds, spike to hand, not planted yet, and Jammies wants to try and deny it. He can't see it just yet, gets to side quickly, spots out Soulcast. It's looking like 7 could be on the board unless Link can clutch this out. Effie says no. Version 1 steer the ship back on course.
And that is massive, actually, for them to close this half out 7-5. Again, for me, the big thing you look for version 1 in terms of win conditions for Ascent is them not allowing Liquid to absolutely dominate on their attack. Effie's comes up huge with this. Again, finds Yampy, comes through and actually digs Scream out as well, anticipating exactly where that front line for Liquid's going to be set up. Finds the third as well, Link in hell. A great way to close out that half.
7-5, V1 on the lead here. Now, I genuinely believed this was gonna be a clearer run for Liquid. I am so thoroughly impressed by V1's answers that they had in that first half high pike. I cannot tell you that enough, how impressive that was to watch from V1.
No, because I think, again, I mean, it just goes to show really with how Liquid have performed on this map of recent, for version 1 to have such a good grasp on exactly what Liquid are going to do and how they were going to play it. Coming through, actually. Effie's didn't actually get the tag there, but Link's position noted nonetheless. V1 try and close the distance here. Scream actually going to get isolated inside the smoke there. Vanity finds the first. The cloud bursts down. Link does find one, but else is going to deal with him. Yampy comes through though. Jammies and Effie's will fall. And Liquid now turn things to a 3v2. Just Zellsis and Vanity left. No real control here. The door's still wide open for Yampy. Zellsis going to try and get the plant through. And actually, that's going to be the green light for Liquid to come through. The third on the round for him. Zellsis actually converts too, but Yampy. Oh, it comes down to the wire, but Yampy finds his fourth. And Liquid will close out this pistol round.
Okay.
It got close there. I don't know how Zellsis found that second. The Nano Swarm doing so much damage to stop that coming through.
And this is the thing. There's a reason they normally make Yampy the raid boss. They give him the armor, the frenzy. Well, he gets the armor and he gets the frenzy in hand as well. And it's worked out nicely there. You're right. That could have been mad, as you can see. A little bit of weight off the shoulders, I'm sure, picking up that pistol.
Yeah, I mean, again, with the 7-5 scoreline, it's a good opportunity for the time they're up. But version 1 actually going to invest back into this, Lauren. Now, three Spectres, actually, sorry. The Sheriff and the Frenzy. So Gonna try and throw everything at this round, and again, Liquid actually gonna try and isolate Jammies here. They know that, yeah. No, just off the back of not seeing anything, they have the opportunity to do so. And now, actually, it's a lot of information garnered just on the back of that push.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that they know they're up against a bit of a force buy, just hearing that from Jammies, so no surprise now to be had. They're going to have to respect it a little bit more. They're not going to get away with maybe a cheeky pick here or there. A little bit of damage done to Zelsis. Good work. Yampy, though, I forgot he'd be able to get the blades out nice and quick. It's so early.
Wait, as well, Zelsis got the lockdown available from planting as well.
That's so sick. Yeah. That's so much time bought here now. Scream gonna try and crest around Jammies. Not gonna get it that time. Scream now opens up another avenue of approach, and you can see them being boxed in here, but there needs to be a bit of a pace pickup from Liquid. Time's beginning to dwindle, and the last bit of utility put down here. Soulcast finds one in, but Vanity denies Scream, but it's just down to one. Vanity has to somehow stop 4 players. He's got another. He's got to keep going, though, and he doesn't have it in him. Soulcast to close the book on it, and the defuse to come through as Liquid tie us back up now.
This is beautiful. And again, I talked about the information guarded in the early round here. The fact that it's Jammies they spot, Scream goes hunting. He wants to remove the possibility that in a round like this to convert, to basically stop any early momentum in terms of the economy for Liquid. They know that one of the biggest tools would be version 1 playing a really, really deep post-plant lineup. So Scream going and digging Jammies out of that spot is actually massive. The fact that he's the one person spotted from that push early round from Yampy and Scream is crucial to Liquid closing it out.
And crucial to Liquid is Yampy right now. He's having a big performance. He's stepped up. His entry frags have always been something we talk about. Those first bloods that he pulls through are exceptional. Now Penny wants in on the action, though. The slow walk up middle. It looks almost like a contact piece. Let's see. Maybe a burst off the back, but he's looking a little isolated. It is Yampy on the other side, but Penny's the one with the rifle. He can do all the difference. Now that is going to spoil things.
See, version 1 going to immediately reset off that. And as 4 going to explore their way up catwalk here and try and follow this through. Penny actually going to lead the charge here with this Phantom purchase. Come through, dash through. Link actually got to be careful here. Got to survive on the back of Jen. Scream going to bail him out from heaven with the Spectre now. Swings around. Link finds one. Zelsis and Penny fall.
Oh, you can't ignore Link like this. He kept chipping away at damage, but look at the HP left. Effie's and Jammies super low in this. Yampy, yeah, he's only got the Sheriff, but gets the upgrade now. Steps give it away. It's so simple for Yampy. Doesn't need to see him. Hands in the air. They have got this one now wrapped up. 8 gonna be on the board. Yampy gonna be pleased with that.
And that's massive as well, again, with the Spectres being carried across, with version 1 actually forcing in the round 2 now. This is the worst possible scenario for them. Again, I'll have to keep an eye on Penny's economy, because throwing the Phantom in the mix, maybe anticipating he's going to get his Blade Storm online, I don't know. But kind of being the front man in that play. Again, great work from Scream to find the first. Again, does fall here, but buys enough time for Link to find the second onto Penny. Really, really good work from Link. And you're absolutely right. The audio cue here, Yampy perfectly places. Again, both players, I think, sub 25 HP. Soulcast flexing out a little bit there. Love to see that.
What up now, America? Woo, etc. Rolling it back. Yampy. Oh, no. Oh, no, Jammies. What's happened? Yampy's starting to... I feel confident, and it's weird. Like, oh, no. And now the pace change. It looks like V1 wants to try and switch into something here, trying to lean back in towards B, but there's so many players still dug in deep on this site. It's going to be tricky to bail them out from this Soulcast. Maybe the first contact on this. Let's see. Yeah, okay, gets the first contact. Outdone by Penny, though. Great work from him. And big pickup from Zelsis. Site's now theirs. V1 get to maybe lock this one out. The retake's going to be super tricky. Coming back in from Scream, Link, and Yampy. These post plants are decent. I'd love to have one towards main, but they're all tucked in towards, like, the site itself.
Yeah, I think the quicker Liquid work that out, the better. Pirate actually going to play a really crucial part of this to play almost contact for the rest of V1. They don't have to risk anything, actually, but having said that, Link going to find Vanity on the way, and that could open the door for them.
Could be the gateway, but
they might just want to punish the economy.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're just going to
If they
play
can
for
keep him
everyone
locked
to
in.
die.
Yep. They have so much more to lose. And that's one down. That's a rifle gone. Penny doing everything he can to try and find a way out, but he's going to drag him down with him. Liquid lose the round, but they win the economy game in this, but we are at 8-8.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The round win, sure, but again, in terms of damage control, with how fragile the economy's been for version 1, and now they're in a position where we've won the round, but I don't think they're going to get a comfortable buy out of this. And if they do, they're going to be down to nothing at all.
Yampy on the op. And you're right, they are buying down to 0 on at least Effie's. Penny, not great for cash either, but does have at least the Bladestorm to lean towards. Spectre for Zelsis.
Get out of my way.
Nothing
Vanity's the
nice
best
here.
looking at 1700. That's it.
Exactly. Now Yampy's been having a match so far, and if he's got that up to hand, and they're walking cat, it feels like a matter of time, but they might just make it past each... Nope. Sees one. Doesn't get the shot through, but Scream loses his head. Great start from Penny. Needs a little bit more on short. At least he's trying to get more on short. Looks towards the side to try and help out Zelsis, but Link connects well towards 2, but Zelsis finally denies him. A 3v3 now, but no spike plant yet. Needs to try and secure the site itself. Heaven could still have been a problem. Now being slightly more managed. Yeah, they have to... They're committing through this. Soulcast takes the damage. Standing there now, trying to keep space on the side. The post plants are uncomfortable at all, Hypoc.
Oh, he actually tanks through the Snakebite and the Nano Swarm there to try and fight through. Come through, can't let that tag. Your Cryptix does actually get tagged up from it, but Yampy is going to get isolated. One onto it, he pulls the Bladestorm. Jammies deals with him.
Now 2v2, Soulcast and Cryptix, what can they do with this? They're not in the ult, they're on the side, they're gonna see Jammies there, they now know, but Jammies takes the fight on Cryptix. Soulcast can't do it. It's on Jammies to save V1 here. And they just tip the scales in their favor.
A crucial round for V1 on the back of a Penny Pop and the Bladestorm are riding that out effectively as of on their full buy. And they convert that. And the score, look at the scoreboard for Liquid. Yampy 23 and 13. Nobody else breaking double digits just yet. And Liquid, I mean, an opportunity here to ride this. A little bit of investment, I guess Soulcast can actually save through and maybe consider an operator going into the hands of Yampy. But you've got to do some damage here again. They can't let V1 string another couple of rounds together.
V1, look, we've seen what happens. These guys can pull it back. They have the grit and determination to potentially do it, and seems like all of them are putting up a performance now. It's not just, you know, Penny doing well, it's a lot of them, whereas Yampy is far and away the lead star for Liquid in this map. And he wants in, he's walking again, the damage is huge. Oh, it's not pretty at all, but Scream's trying to make up for it. That's 2. The third, no, Penny. Still staying alive, and now Soulcast and Link having to handle the 3 remaining players with rifles and V1 stabilize.
Spike will finally be retrieved.
What?
Actually, Penny goes
That's the spike.
on walkabouts?
That's the spike. Why is that the spike? Link's probably confused as well now, but there we go.
Okay.
Zelsis, safe pair of hands.
I guess maybe reading that Link might be, you know, tucked into all the way into Boathouse and playing off the back of everybody else falling and being kind of the last bastion of hope on B side. But look at Scream coming through here, finds both of those Jammies and Effies. Unfortunately, couldn't find Penny as well. I guess just up close and personal. But yeah, a little bit of a misread from V1 there to try and send Penny over towards A, I guess, with the spike.
V1 are making
End up
a
costing them.
Yeah, V1 are making a case for a third map here. They really are, and I am so ready for it. Please, take me to that third map. I want to see these guys go all the way. Now, Yampy back on the op. On the other side, none to be seen. Of course, Penny took a chunk of damage, down to 6 HP. And Yampy sitting in, not no man's land, but hard to back away from even as Jet, so...
Penny actually, Penny actually got tagged in the early
Yampy's
round.
walking. Yampy's going walkabouts. And we haven't seen that look from him yet. That would have been the spike spotted even for just a second as well. He does claim Effie's life, but he now knows there's threats on the site. Gonna try and focus his way towards that main push for Penny. Does eventually trade it out, but he did find Zelsis on that. Great work from him to make value of it. But Vanity, speaking of value, 2 out of nowhere brings this back to a 2v2 rather than a 2v4. Yeah, the HP's low, but maybe they've still got a shot at this one.
6 HP on Penny, 70 on Vanity here.
30 seconds left.
Scream. Actually going to send through the molly here and pop the run it back. Immediately dealt with by Penny. One-shotted back and Vanity sent
Spike's off.
He's got the spike.
Spike's off.
This is perfect. Penny can just sit here and keep Liquid.
Scream's thinking about it. He's thinking about short, but they haven't fallen for this. They haven't fully backed away. Wait, time?
It's 10
seconds. Oh no, keep your eyes on that spike. If this could go so wrong. 6 seconds, he's got to get towards the site now. There's no two ways about it. Spike now going to go down. This was terrifying. Maybe trying to pull a rotation away, give him a better shot. You got to try and clutch at straws when you're on this HP. The double stack towards hell, potentially Scream now. Looking for his way in. The flash still to hand, going to catch them, but they don't push off the back of it. Penny waits below.
No way.
Barely any HP on this
right
one. They're
above
not
him.
finding the first. Penny waits. He gets one. He moves to the other side and now Scream tasked to try and
No
do it.
way.
He gone. I cannot believe V1 just won that round.
Oh no. They had absolutely no business winning that.
Down A.
A combined, I think by the end of it, a combined 30 HP. Vanity finds 2. Cryptics, he was up there for so long as well. And do you know what? Penny's holding the dropout towards Jen as well. On the back of Scream using the wall. That is insane. Version 1 now. 11 rounds to 8. And TL
Yep.
wisely calling attack timeout. This is... I mean, they're scraping the barrel at this point. What have they got left? I mean, version 1 have had the perfect response to anything that Liquid try and set up here on defense. Have just looked so good. Vanity is having an absolute blinder here on Ascent. Penny as well. Both of them.
Yes. What a performance from V1. I am telling you now, Liquid, as said, this is their stronghold. V1 have pulled up and actually shaken Liquid to their core on a map they were undefeated with this roster. No one had pushed them yet. Not like this. Impeccable work. The preparation is perfect. The mid-round calls are great. The decision-making's been good. I don't know what the answer is for Liquid here. They look lost.
You do? I mean, ultimately, like I said, I don't want to say Liquid's defense is weak on Ascent, but this relied, in terms of looking comfortable, it's relied on Liquid running away with their attack. Because right now, I mean, on the half, it's 4-3, right? It's 4-3 in favor of version 1, but the 3 rounds that Liquid have come through have been on the back of winning these post plants, and Penny gonna open things up once again. Soulcast immediately falls.
Penny is just leading the way right now. Happy to take these fights, take the space. And Penny needs to clear the back of side. Cryptic still here, though. That's going to be 1. Gives him time for a second. The third, if he can, to make that not go too far away, but it's done damage. And now the 3v3, but look at the weaponry. It's still not perfect. Going to force out the ult, sure, but now they're going to come back in through Cap. Penny finds another. That's big value there to find Yampy. It's Scream and Link now left to potentially just back away here.
They've got to respect the lockdown and actually going to get detained on the way out here. This is tough. This is really tough. Again, the lockdown comes so early, and it's actually Yampy that tries to challenge it. Zels is now going to set up for Scream in main, but actually gets flashed out here. Brings it to a 2v2, and Scream going to find an upgrade.
It looks like he wants to go for a bit of this. Give it a crack. Dives on in. Penny at the back. Effie's beside him. This crossfire's good to hold. Gonna be tough to try and do anything with. Scream's
Shockwave.
found Effie's, hold on. Penny gonna find Link, but he has to still find Scream, buys the time. Penny doing the dance! Scream gets him!
No time.
But time has dwindled away, and the calm, collected approach from Penny is more than enough to bring us to 12 for V1.
On the brink of forcing the third map here. And again, on the back of Penny just full-on swinging into B main. I think Solkas caught with his pants down. You got to say it, right? Yeah, completely caught off guard by the recall on the total fake thrown out by Vanity. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is the map that I thought was just going to be so comfortable for Liquid. And with the way the V1 played on Split, yes, there was going to be a chance, but not like this.
Bring it on. Map 3 now going to be on the horizon. One more round. Liquid can still give it a good go. But it ain't going to be easy. Link on the switch up playing from Wine. Going to let potentially one past him. Maybe the timing didn't see Jammy's pass, but he's going to hear the steps. Now, what can he do from this position?
This is
Solkas?
massive.
Short takes the attention on Short, but now timing's a factor. Vanity gonna be the first to be found. That spike now lost. That's gonna be a problem. They have to clear this position. That's another angle they weren't ready to worry about, but now they have to. A late clear could come through from Effie's, however, but Yampy did find Zelsis. Link still being a nuisance in this. It's basically a 2v4 on the site. Unless they can clear out the player at the back by Wine, Link is now gone. Effie's takes him down, and now the 3v4. Penny.
How? How did Penny still find a kill there?
I don't know. I do not know. I cannot tell you. No players detained this time, but Yampy's taken over the site. Solkas on the spike itself, holding this down. Is there anything to stop him right now? No one is taking him off this one. It looks like the defuse is going to come through. Liquid live for another round.
Great stuff there. And again, I got to say it, Link is alive for so long in Wine, and I'll have to take another look back at that round, but I don't feel like enough is happening elsewhere. Like, Link relays the information that Effie's in main as well. I feel like Liquid, they need to take control. A little bit of hesitation coming out there. They know that they have a favorable man advantage on site, and Link is literally buying so much time for them.
Now the money, not perfect. You have Vanity on a Spectre and Jammies as well, but they've been showing that they're pretty solid on this. And mid-take comes out, Scream. Player watching towards it. They have backed from this. A bit of a utility towards Short. Try and keep that safe for a second. No aggression shown yet from Team Liquid on the defensive side.
Let's see, 3 players from Liquid stack up on A with Scream making his way over here. Hunter's Fury getting invested by Effie's, clear out a couple of these angles. No tags coming through, and actually, a spot out, but the spike is found. Yampy with a judging market now. He's got all to do. He's going to find another one as well. Zelsis falls. Penny, got to be careful here. 48 HP.
He's being closed in on as well. Yampy wants this. It's going to be the battle of the Jets. Yampy's going to show him how it's done with the judge this time around. This will more than likely be double digits now, as Effie's is your last alive. They're all just running through middle. Don't be making me nervous. 2 kills for Effie's, but another on the board for Liquid. We're at double digits now. And I want to know what the money's like for V1.
Yeah, I was going to say, at this point here, 12-10 doesn't really make a massive issue, because I mean, they're always going to buy if it does go to 12-11, but
just what quality of buy do they have?
Exactly. And with the way that the purchases have come for version 1, it wouldn't surprise me if, regardless of the situation, we see them throw everything into this round. Financially, at least. No, actually, look at that. Yeah, this is I'm surprised by that. It's a Spectre on Penny and Frenzies across the board. Utility invested, though, in full armor on a couple of players.
They're playing for the last potentially here, unless, well, I mean, they've got a site for free, which is, oh no, they've got, Penny's just found one on the site. Now, Vanity to get lost in the meantime. However, Link being removed does create some space there. You can see just the little grabby hands trying to get hold of that rifle. Ultimate comes through. Soulcast, can he dissuade any of this? Yes, that's a good connection towards Penny. Needs a little more, gonna stop the plant for now. Zels is gonna try and control towards Heaven. It's gonna do some damage, as does Scream though. Powerful punch there towards Effie's. And where is that Spike? Still locked with the Killjoy. Good work from Zelsis, but a better trade for Cryptics. And now just Jammy's left alive. Does have that Frenzy, but it's been handled by Liquid. And it does look like they're gonna play for that final round now.
Yeah, again, Jammy's left in that position where I think the plan was to leave him in a strong post plant with a lineup.
Maybe.
As an orb goes out, gonna actually keep him alive for the time being. He's got the upgrade to the Phantom and the ultimate. Doesn't choose to invest it just yet.
He's got a 1v1. It's
overwhelm
clean.
him.
Oh my god, he's got a 1v1, and now it's looking like it's possible. Yampido! Oh, finds the angle. Jammy's almost did the unthinkable. That would have been something else. The first, the clean kill. The second, unbelievable. Walked away with what, 10, 15 HP, but woof.
This is massive though for version 1. Though,
Damage,
think
dude.
bigger picture here. Like, Penny's one of his ultimates. Zelsis is one away from the lockdown. Jammy's didn't invest the Viper's Pit.
I thought he was going to.
Huge. We got some huge conversion possibility here. If version 1 get an advantage, they have so much to throw at this in terms of utility and ultimates. And Liquid have nothing now. Hunter's Fury and the run it back invested there. It's Yampy with the Blade Storm, that's it.
He doesn't care. He's got his op. It's a timeout. Oh, what a pressure moment. Holy. They could just go for a random switch up, dude. Like, V1 they've got a lot to play with, right? So they could go for something a little fruity.
Got some playmakers.
Try something out. Yeah, but Yampy's getting aggressive. Link could try and set some utility in motion, maybe, and it looks like they come in this way. Who knows? I mean, this is all theoried, but I can't believe it comes down to the final round. Either we go third or we go OT.
Again.
Again.
Of course, this is the way it plays out. The first time EU plays NA, it comes
had
down
to,
to
right?
this.
It had
we're
to.
getting another.
And keep in mind, we still have Sentinels Fnatic, dude.
Yeah,
we still have that today. Like,
That's
I
the
don't care.
dessert,
I'm
the main
popping a
course right
Red
here.
Bull, dude. Yeah. Woo, something sweet to end the evening with. This is the thing, right? I get we tell the whole narrative of EUNA, I don't know, whatever. Like, but genuinely, this is just good games. This is just great Valorant between these two. It's so sick. And now, we're moments away. A good purchase for either side. No massive problems to be seen. I'm looking at a little bit of light utility maybe on Cryptics in that regard.
I mean, the only problem I see is if V1 do decide to fight for these orbs. Like I said, Zelsis, if he gets the lockdown online, going to be able to zone off either site. They're going to be able to take full control, get the Viper's Pit down. They're going to be able to set up so strong if they can combine the lockdown entry and the Viper's Pit to secure site control. And then on top of that,
What are you meant to do?
Yeah, Effie's only 3 away from the Hunter's Fury once again. Jammies can sit back and play post-plant. There are so many possibilities for version 1 to close this out.
But there's Yampy with an op, and he's holding the right angle. So we have to see where it starts. Yampy's going to commit to this potentially. Now, bear in mind that Link got away with playing one, but Yampy falls away.
Ooh.
Okay, he's falling off that. Zels is going to take a boatload of damage early on. And here we talk about it. The ult economy, you're spot on with this.
Cosmic Divide goes up as well. Look at it. They're literally going to invest everything to get on.
But they're not pushing yet. Maybe this is now going to be the go symbol. There it is. Going to get Yampy forced away for now. They're going to take the side control. This is all so picturesque, the take thus far. And there's the ultimate coming out as well. 3 ults invested, and I can't blame them for a second. And now the question mark gets put to Liquid. You got a way back in. Scream's gonna find the first step towards Vanity. That opens up middle and short as a potential route. 2 playing from the backside of main, 2 on the site still left though. Soulcast has made his way down, but it's that Viper's ultimate that's gonna be a problem. Yampy walks in, gets met with a bullet to the brain from Penny, and now 4v4 starts to ensue. Penny again though, finds the space, gets Cryptic, Soulcast quick reply, and there goes the ultimate. Soulcast on the side needs to find more. Penny is blinded, he can't see enough of it, and now there's desperation being shown owned by V1, but time, it's dwindling. Link finds Penny, and this is all it comes down to. Effie's, can you deny it now? Oh, he's gonna rip Soulcast away, and they've gone and done it.
Attackers win.
Oh my word. It closes out there. Effie's with the lineup on the shot stars. Not even something we consider, but the execution. I called it. They come in, the lockdown, it creates the space, zones off site. Jammies comes in, sets up the Viper's bit, and version 1 able to set up an absolute stranglehold on A site.
Just in time for all the North American fans to wake up and watch what these boys have done. This was Liquid's stronghold. Hypoc, we said it. This was the map they were undefeated on with this roster. This was meant to be the cleaner cut map, but no. V1 are the real deal. Look at this final round. I thought, okay, they've cleared the site. They've got everything they needed. They're good. They've got it right in front of them. And then after all those ults, what it comes down to is 2 shock darts.
Yeah. And it's so unfortunate as well, because at this point, I mean, I think actually, if Soulcast is able to stick that, I think he gets that. Honestly.
Potentially.
It literally comes down to Effie's sitting so deep with these shock darts. And like I said, everything aligns. Everything sets up perfectly for that play to work. All the ultimates buy enough time. And right there, I mean, all he needs to do is let both shock darts off. As long as the lineup's good, they win the round. No questions asked. And actually, Liquid, I think that they read that perfectly, putting Yampy over in A main to contest that orb. They know that the quick hit can come through with the lockdown if they get that orb on A. So it's really unfortunate. I mean, actually, credit to version 1 for being diligent enough to send out the recon bolt to clear off that close angle. If Yampy finds that pick, that entire execution falls apart.
So good. It's so good. And we get map 3 now. I couldn't be happier. Haven on the horizon. And just the image of, I think it was Soulcast at the end, just having to stare as he looked up and saw the shock dart just coming down. There's no way out. There's nothing more he could have done. What an incredible game. And just such credit gets put to version 1. They are playing with a stand-in. And they have pushed Liquid on their undefeated map with this roster. That is already a huge accolade to put by their name. This game is not over. We're going to a map 3, but before we're there, we've got the analyst desk. And even before we're there, we have a couple of commercials to bring you. So guys, do stick around. Map 3 is soon.
Welcome back, everyone, and what a game we just saw. But first off, though, Riot and the LGBT plus community are celebrating Pride Month, in ensuring that games continue to be inclusive experiences for everyone. And while we can't march this year, we can certainly celebrate in-game. In all of our games, including League of Legends and Valorant, will have Pride content, such as emotes, player cards, and more. Equip your content and show your support for the LGBT plus players everywhere. And thank you so much for your support. And now, welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy, your host here alongside our analysts. We got Potter, Doug, and Tom Biz. I feel like Ricky Bobby in Talladega Nights. I just don't know what to do with my hands right now, you know, because that was just an incredible game. Top to bottom, version 1 walks away with the victory. And you know what? Let's just go ahead and run our Prime Gaming map highlights, excuse me. And Tom, let's go to you. I mean, you know, this Liquid roster, they were feeling good on Ascent. Everyone was feeling good for Liquid on Ascent, but that happened. So what are your thoughts on this Liquid roster and Ascent so far, man?
Well, yeah, this game seemed to go more back and forth than Doug putting on his ears and taking back off his ears because he thought he was somehow jinxing the map. Like, it really was ridiculous. Like, every time it seemed that Liquid got a foothold back into the game, there was some sort of adaptation, some cool little tidbit that was thrown in by the guys at V1. I think the way they were using the Cosmic Divide in loads of different scenarios, like to deny the destruction of other ultimates such as the lockdown, was just awesome, or to give them space to get back into the site without making a sound. And then that's before you even get towards Penny, who yeah, I don't know how much they're paying this man, but double it, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of teams trying to steal him away from V1. This man is insane.
Yeah, you know, Penny had a great performance, but let's not forget, man, Yampy was unfreaking believable, Doug. I know you want to talk about version 1, but seriously, Yampy was a big difference maker in so many rounds for this team. I mean, his presence alone was enough to put fear in version 1.
It really was. I think he put on a masterclass performance, and you could feel his pressure regardless of where you were on the map. And I think that's so difficult to deal with, because once you start to get around the conditioning of where an oppressive player is, it's common to want to move away from that, right? Like, we know that JMB is going to be somewhere on the map. Let's go ahead and push away from that so we don't have to deal with it. He was just everywhere, and that was so difficult for V1 to kind of navigate around. But look, man, I'm forgetting all analysis. I'm forgetting all facts, everything I know. The ears are out. I fully believe USA, baby. Let's do this thing.
Wait a minute. Wait a gosh darn minute. Because if I remember correctly, okay, you guys went and picked Team Liquid to win this series. Potter, after what we just saw in Ascent from version 1, do you still feel confident about Team Liquid taking it on Haven, which is our third map?
I gotta say I am. I actually am. I think it bodes well for Team Liquid that Yampy is looking a little fresh, a little green in there. You know, we talked about other regions being a little bit behind on the meta. I gotta say, Yampy seems to be a little bit behind on the meta with Jett. It seems like he's playing the style of Jett that we saw 6 months ago, where it was really, you could get away with literally anything. But right now, a lot of these teams have little pocket strategies to be able to punish these kinds of Jett plays. So we saw Penny being a lot more successful in those ratty positions. I gotta say though, Yampy, regardless of how out of position he looked, the guy is just so damn talented that he can just pull a rabbit out of a hat, get 3 headshots, no big deal, easy breezy, and still make it look good. So that in and of itself is a great factor for Team Liquid moving forward. But man, these set pieces, these wombo combos that version 1 are consistently bringing out, collectively complementing all of these ultimates together, the KJ ult with the Asher Wall combined with the Viper delays. We saw it on Split, we saw it on now Ascent, and I gotta say, we're probably gonna see it on Haven as well. So being the third map, Liquid, they should start cooking up some counter strategies to be able to deal with this time that version 1 keeps buying for themselves.
I think, Potter, to kind of go off of what you were saying, somebody who was doing something very similar that impressed me a lot was Link, right? Like, how many times Link on site did he deliver a big 2K, a big 3K to buy more time, to buy more space for Liquid? And I think that's what got things down to the wire, right? Like, without Link showing up the way that he did, without him getting the multi-kills that he got, I don't think this goes that far.
Yeah, and actually... one thing I do want to note about version 1, someone actually tweeted me and said, and I quote, if version 1 is the type of org that gives their fans anxiety in every esport that they play. Of course, big shout out to the version 1 Rocket League team. Those guys are incredible. But, you know, Tom, that holds true because Liquid were looking to finesse the comeback, but then... in that last round, or last few rounds, we saw version 1 make a big calculation, big brain play. What they ended up doing was opting to not full buy, despite Hypoc and Pansy calling it out that they could potentially buy in the round. They opted to go for frenzies and just lighter weaponry, and they nearly won it off of the back of Jammies, who's a fill-in, to pull this one off. That would have been wild, Tom. How is... It's clear V1 have thought about these strats, but do they have these strats on Haven locked down?
I think they have a lot of cool aggressive defensive strats on this map in particular. I really like the way that they try and have a real grasp over the A side of the map, like pushing all the way down into lobby. I think they have some really cool combos where you have like the Viper screen, even putting some of the Razor... the Liz through it, coming through as well. Like, they love to push really aggressively and just try and lock off that corner of the map.
Yeah.
At the same time, you then look at the composition that comes out from Liquid. It has no duelists. It's basically just trying to delay you as much as possible. So I think that there's going to be a real battle for map control, and I'm excited to witness it.
Well, folks, this is going to settle the score for at least one of our EU-NA matchups. We have another big one coming up next with Sentinels and Fnatic. But for now, we're going to send things over to Iceland and our casters, Pansy and Hypoc, to guide us through Match 3. Take it away.
They're smiling now, but this is what it comes down to. One final map. And version 1, I have no other way to say it, but these guys are constantly reinventing themselves, pushing themselves further, time and time again. People doubted them even qualifying to this. People looked at Sentinels, sure, they're the ones to lead the region, they're the ones to lead the way, to hold the North American flag, but version 1 have made their region proud. That performance was perfect. But now we go into the Agent Select for the final show of things, a Prime Gaming Agent Select at that. What are your thoughts now?
I mean, after the two maps we've seen, I don't think I have many thoughts. I did not think we would be coming here. I mean, expectations-wise, Scream coming back onto the Sage, Yampy coming onto the Killjoy. Those are obviously big talking points for Liquid. Actually going to come through with Cryptics on the Viper and Link on the Brimstone. Now, again, I've got to say it here, with that performance on Ascent from V1, it's clear they've done their homework, right? Now, coming back to Haven, where we've seen Liquid really reinvent themselves recently with this composition, it's going to be another big test for version 1. And I mean, I already said it was a testament to V1 to make it as close as it was on Split. But again, just on Ascent, the mid-round calling, the composition difference right there on Ascent, it played perfectly into V1's strengths. They were able to slow down, dictate the pace, which is basically the cornerstone of Liquid's Ascent game plan. And actually, coming into Haven, it's the exact same thing.
Now, welcome to the no duelist look that gets run as well. It's not the first time we've seen it. V1 will be on the attacking side, Team Liquid on the defending side. And this is all for all the marbles. This is the first time EU and NA get to clash, and it's the perfect celebration of that. However, V1 going to start taking that space towards B. There are two players already waiting here, though. Yampy being one and Scream the other. A little help from that Viper. Gonna help out, deny any early contact off the back, and a lean back in towards Garage.
And Solcat's actually great response there to send the Trailblazers through and pick up all that information. Scream and Yampy now tucked on B site, and we know Yampy has looked so dominant previously here for Liquid. V1 gonna stack up behind the Viper wall as soon as it drops. Play contact here. The bolt comes through. It's actually gonna pull Yampy's sight away, but still good for one.
He's able to turn back in time to find Vanity at the very least. Now, there was a good trade to come back in, though. And it looks like they lean back towards C. Now, Soulcast is going to watch this. Lower than ideal, 22 HP, but good enough for the frag to find towards Penny. There's other players here. Jammy's going to work through on long. Soulcast dead, can't do it. Going to get some flashbacks to map 2, but Zelsis can't convert. Screams on the case. Now Jammy's a 1v3. Needs the pick, can't get it. Cryptics denies, and it's going to be Liquid with the first.
Again, remaining composed there. Liquid running back and forth and not giving up and leaving a gap open for version 1 to essentially isolate and I guess capitalize on the contact shown on B. Actually, Soulcast, balls of steel with 20 HP to hold onto that position on logs. Unfortunately, Cryptics has to pull away and hit that reload, and Effie's identifies the fact that he can flush that out with a shock dart. Unfortunately, it amounts to nothing, and Liquid put the pistol round up. Spectres across the board for them.
Scream going to take space towards long. Jammy's on the other side. Timing's a factor. And Scream finds it. No quick kill there, and map control maintained for Scream in that regard towards A. Soulcast goes for the info find, gets a little of it. Again, this may indicate once again that little bit of paranoia that could build through that garage play coming in. Now, again, we have seen that EU does tend to lean away from directly holding it, more the extremities off the back. And Yampy, speaking of back, playing very deep in that B side himself.
We want cautious in approach here. A little bit of utility sent out, but keep an eye on Penny, who managed to slip through garage here and backstab onto Yampy. He's going to find Soulcast.
No way. No way. Cryptics is sweating bullets now. He's in so much danger. This is huge. Link does find Penny, though. I thought maybe Penny could have punished from deep CT, but no. Scream tries to deny the plant, doesn't get it, but he does at least get the player. And now the 2v1 Zelsis. What can you do with this? A little bit of utility to play with. Could make something out of it. Both going to play back through on CT. Okay, that's going to help out Matters. He knows where one is. Did they spot him on the cross? No, he's going around the world. Hypok, this could be incredible for Zelsis. The spike is not for him. So he sees one, he's going to take that chance. It's clean enough. Now the utility comes into play. Scream is not loving it at all. Time begins to dwindle. He knows he's got the time on this Scream, though. Going to try and sit this defuse here. He's going to get to a bare minimum halfway. Takes himself off it. Time. Zelsis knows he's got the time on his side. He's going to make the peak right now, and he's got it! Zelsis, what a play!
A massive round, the Red Bull clutch from Zelsis there, just running rings around Scream and Link. Perfectly played. Absolutely perfect. Penny comes through. Yampy's even wise to the fact that that's even a possibility that comes through. Effie's comes through, finds another kill as well. Unfortunately, Cryptics just gets overwhelmed there and just ran out of bullets, couldn't find anything. At this point, yeah, it's not planted for him, but like you said, the utility. Zelsis is able to play that so cautiously, and it works out perfectly for him.
And a quick start here. This is going to be a couple of upgraded pistols, but that's it really for Liquid. And I'm glad, actually, I'm glad the Potter brought up the point about Yampy's style when it comes to that, comes to Jet, but it's going to be more exemplified when you watch him playing on a Killjoy. It's very unorthodox. It's the player, not the agent, when it comes to Yampy, I think, is the biggest key component. And I'd never seen someone using Killjoy the way Yampy did on the attacking side especially. So keep your eyes on that. It is very weird. It works, but it's very weird. And it kind of characterizes him as an entire player when it comes to Valorant, but who am I to doubt him? The guy is actually nuts. But at this point, this round shouldn't amount to too much if it's played out concisely by V1. This should be a comfy one, but I mean, the second they probably shouldn't have been able to turn with classics, but here we are.
Scanning ahead.
He's going to send out a shot down to the front of B. Vanity actually going to walk up behind it. Yampy still holding on though. We'll deal with that. Well, actually, again, this is all a ruse. Liquid have completely misread this as V1 get themselves a free site on A. We'll get a clean plant off as well.
Spike plant. Placing swarm grenade.
And keeping it clean should be high priority for V1. We want to keep those rifles up. And takeaways. Yampy did get the Spectre, but that's not the end of the world. Zelsis falls to it. Penny's going to get pushed. Penny does get time at least to readjust towards site, but it's not too safe now. Getting swarmed. Yampy's found 3. Now the post-plant setups. Let's see if they're good here.
Here we go.
This is something that V1 really impressed me with in their previous game. Soulcast does find jammies, but they still have to clear Effie's here. They can't get on the spike yet. Big denial on this. Big damage from Liquid, sure, but they can't stop it. Effie's again just raining down hellfire. Great work from him to secure this, to make sure it's safe. And this is something that stood out to me, and I think it was in the Cloud9 game. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know NA fans out there watch these guys like a hawk, but their post-plant setups here, and this isn't just the site that they do it on, I mean for all of the sites, are extremely robust.
Yeah, it's perfect. And again, you know, yes, you can lose whoever you want on site, but with the snake bite, the vulnerability and the shock dart coming through, there's just nothing that Liquid can do. They can't even get the first half of the diffuse going. Really good stuff there. Yeah, look at this. Straight away, Penny throws himself into sewers. We'll find Scream, but Link good for the trade.
Cryptics. Cryptics. This is so risky to make that play. Yampy's going to be able to catch one on the cross. That's Seaside theirs. And keep in mind, you still have Effie's alive, who can make this costly. Safety to be created by Zelsis. And this retake is looking so unlikely, but Soulcast going to try and step forward. 5 seconds to make this count. And still have Zelsis protecting this like a mother hen, not going to let anyone near it. Yeah, not a chance, and detained as well.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay.
Oh, dearie me. V1 strides now.
Yeah, a little bit of wind in their sails. Looking very comfortable, and I'm with you. There's no reason at this stage of the game as well, when you're still trying to get a feel and, you know, send out these little fact finders early on. I can understand it. Cryptics wants to walk C long after the contact comes through in sewers. It makes sense, but it's so risky, risky. And actually, V1 set up in that default that it's dealt with immediately. I gotta say it. If it's me and I'm playing in the first EU versus NA game, I'm knifing Link there. I gotta say it.
So you need like a JW or someone. You need someone to do nasty things with knives, man. You just need that player just to do them dirty. I'm pretty sure all of Twitch chat would have wanted that as well. True, of course, we love a bit of it. Why not? We've already had the tactical crouching coming out from Scream. You gotta get involved. But at this point, we do have to say, if Liquid aren't prepared for this, now I know that someone like Sliggy will be pouring over version 1 on this map. It's a really good map for them, especially as of late. They play it very well in those post-plant setups. They excel in it. And I was a little worried without Whippy, it wouldn't look as strong. I don't know how Jammies fills that role, but it looks solid enough so far. If they don't disrupt those post-plants, Liquid are done for. They're already showing that this is something that version 1 can do time and time again. Liquid need to find an answer to this. Now, it's not going to be the first team the Team Liquid will play that uses style, right? Like, EU uses this a lot. They've played against Fnatic. They've had to deal with these heavy post-plant teams that can run it with the utility so well. But if they're getting on the site and they have at least the Sova or the Viper still up, I mean, you're going to be on the back foot instantaneously.
What to see here was scrappy purchase from Liquid. We can muster together here again. Not really seen any of that proactiveness we've seen from them before, especially on Haven as well with this Asian composition switch up. Yampy now got the lockdown online. Soulcast does have the Seekers available.
Oh no.
Immediately, Jammy's going to find out Link once again. Liquid will give away the first blood.
Penny now. Didn't quite catch that glimpse. Just the smoke keeping them safe here. Should be a default round coming out from version 1. Don't want to get caught off by any weird stacks coming out. You want to kind of feel out any of these potential positions that Liquid could be trying to make work with those Bucky's, Judges, whatever you might have. And Soulcast now knows he's got trouble coming his way. Vanity gonna try and keep this one locked in. And Scream, not known for the sniping, at least in his historic career, but hey, a headshot's a headshot. And the slow creep towards B has already begun, so Penny's got really good progress here.
So he's gonna get himself behind. Yampi's, I guess, setting up for a lockdown retake on A there, but caught sleeping. Effie's will get a clean plant on B site here, and Liquid down to 3 with questionable at best weapons. You got to close the distance fast, and with V1 already setting towards mid, this is very difficult here. They can just play distance, and there's not an awful lot Liquid can do.
No. I mean, you can try and maybe catch a player out, get a gun away, but it's going to be one. I think that was only a Spectre, though, yeah. So
yeah.
It's not even a great takeaway from this. You're not really costing them too much. That could have been something, but no, Zellsis not going to let it happen. Soulcast. It's a little bit of damage, but by now, as we've noted, there ain't much more coming from it. And you know Zellsis is watching that rifle. Yeah, not a chance in hell. Zellsis, good control, making sure they police those weapons. No freebies found. Liquid being given nothing. Plenty of ults coming around for them. The ult progress is going to be there, but they need to stop the rot. They do not have an answer yet. Now, yes, the timeout came in prior to a low buy round, so you've got to look at the answer that they came up with during that tactical timeout to be now.
I didn't even realize that was how Link got picked up in the early round. And again, just seeing Yampy set up for the lockdown there, you can see now Zellsis trying to get in their heads. And I mean, working, honestly, this is uncharacteristic of what we've seen recently from Liquid.
Here we go. Now, I guess the pendulum swings to V1. Do they do something a little off-kilter, something a little bit fruity on this one, just because they can? You're going to have ult invested here towards mid. Very unique approach to this.
We've still got a lot to work with here as well. Obviously, Cryptix invested the ult early on. Everything else to make use of, and actually V1 going to lean up here with the Cosmic Divide going up. So going to have an all-out piece onto C. Yeah, Seeker's going to give away the position here. Actually, the fake comes through, but FB shuts it down.
Incredible work from Effie's there to find Soulcast. He's so good at those pop flashes coming in, but Link's going to try and play ahead of this divide, see what he can do from this one. Already one on the side, make it 2, make it 3. Oh, that's brilliance from Link. Digs them out of the positions they were trying to get away with. Scream on the site as well, precise as ever. Team Liquid control this C-side execute.
Yeah, really, really good hold there. Again, the Seeker's giving away that information at just the right time, and Liquid invest wisely. Brings it to 4-2 now, and again, really a blemish on the economy of version 1. Still got the lockdown, still got the Viper's Pit on Jammies. Right here. 3 ultimates on the side of Liquid invested there, but Yampy still with the lockdown. Scream still got the res, so good opportunities to recover here. Penny, another fast piece towards Suez here. Might actually catch Yampy with the operator.
He pushes into this. And Zellsis is having none of what he's trying to sell. North America has dealt with these aggressive plays with ops, be it Jet, be it any other agent. They know what to deal with on this. They know exactly how to handle it to instantly make it feel irrelevant. And Vanity waiting patiently, potentially, for this flank to come in. Soulcast has to get the timing just right on this. And it's all about them trying to bide the time towards A as well. They've got to hinder this approach. And Soulcast, the flank's so good here. Does he decide to go for this now? Delete the game. Delete the game. Delete the game. Production,
delete the VOD.
Turn it off. Turn it off. Team Liquid manager here. Please delete the game. Please. Okay, recovery for me mentally needs to come in because I feel bad.
Yeah, that's not pretty at all. I mean, right here, V1 now actually making space elsewhere, going to capitalize and get themselves onto B site.
30 seconds left.
Still, all three members of Liquid huddled onto A site. He's just got to give this up, but Penny looking to punish even further here. Comes up, he's down to 10 HP, but it's a little bit of damage on, but no kill secured.
Penny's gonna just cost him so much. He's got 10 HP.
Yeah,
That's
I gotta
gone.
say it, Lauren, the cracks are starting to show. The cracks are starting to
Yes.
show. Liquid are crumbling under the pressure here in map 3.
And if I'm Sliggy and I saw what just happened, just to get these players mental back in the right place, I'm going to call the timeout pretty soon. They're doing well to try and keep these rifles. If they have the ability to call the timeout, they need to call it to get this focus right back in, because they're going to tilt off the face of the earth. And it's just how it goes sometimes. Scream is going to get the op back. For now, at 5-2, they're going to try and power on forward to shake it off, but it's a tilter for sure. Don't do it. He's done it.
Yeah.
They've done it. And he's probably going, why can't I walk backwards anymore? That's weird. Huh. It's Soulcast.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm not a great lip reader, but I think that was a, you okay over there, buddy? I'm sure somebody will be able to
seems
translate
similar.
for me. I got to ask the question, why is Soulcast not shooting there? Like,
I don't mind if he was trying to buy more time to see if there's another player. No. I'll let it happen under the pretense and the pretend scenario that he's trying to see if anyone else walks back. I don't think that's what happened. I think he made a meal of it. But we're going to move on. It's one mistake. 5-2. The bigger problem is that this isn't the only issue that Liquid have had. Their issues stretch beyond this. They have not got an answer, really, to what V1 are doing right now. Soulcast gets the info, tries to pretend he doesn't, but it ain't so subtle. Scream gonna fall away from this, but Jammies finds Cryptics in the meantime. They're finding success everywhere on this map right now, and Liquid are looking like they're just... the water's just slipping through their hands. They can't grab it. They can't hold it. They're into a 5v... what, 2? Link and Soulcast are the last alive. Yeah, Link's gonna get a commiseration medal on this. Vanity shuts it down. V1 are just taking this by the horns.
This is absolutely clinical by version 1. They are playing fantastic Valorant right now, and there's none of the positives we talk about with Liquid are working. The structure, it's not there. Version 1 are embracing the chaos here. They're making unorthodox plays. Jammies, look, just slipping through Garage. Isolates one kill, gets out, comes through, actually flanks back onto Yampy, trying to retreat into spawn. This is insane. And again, I don't want to come back to it, but structure-wise, behind an emergency sub, the mid-round calling, the audibles, you know, the rotation of these individual players, they're massive for version 1.
It's such a credit to this squad to be able to keep that level so high. They're playing against a really well-refined European team here. Team Liquid, look, I think anyone coming into this who didn't have some doubts, you're lying. Or you're stupid, I don't know which one. We've seen the kind of ups and downs of Liquid if you've watched, but V1 are making it look like they can just tear them apart, create the space. Cryptics tries to keep control of it, but the site's been taken unless he tries to crest this corner. Soulcast by his side, they do get one, but Cryptics overstepped, walked into the line the V1 were holding still, and Soulcast 26 HP. Zelsis, that flank again! Everything! They are getting everything they want out of this.
And oh no. I keep just looking to the player cams now. Vanity's dead and just waving across the arena here. Link, the last man up, Sheriff in hand. I don't even think he's got a decent opportunity to recover a weapon here. Everybody fell on C site. This is an absolute bloodbath. Version 1 running away with the decider. This is going to be 7-2 here, and Liquid, I mean, I said the cracks have started to show. This now is a vast canyon of absence here in terms of the play we're seeing. I can't believe it. I cannot believe everything is going right for version 1 right now. Even just the dry peaks in the early round. It's not even as if they're finding, they're not finding information. They're finding kill after kill after kill.
They are running this game. They are running this game, and Liquid do not have an answer yet. There has to be a timeout. There has to be a timeout for Liquid soon, because they are just falling to pieces. There's no other way to do it. I don't know if they have any left. This has to be their timeout now. Yeah, it is.
Thank God.
If they close out with 5, it's recoverable. But it doesn't take the wind out of V1's sails. They are striding through this. Look at the rounds. Look at the rounds that Liquid have got. It was the pistol and then like a blip on the radar.
I mean, I'll come out and say around they shouldn't have won.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is extremely concerning now, and we're seeing things like Vanity's going to throw an operator in the mix.
Why not?
So
they can do what they
like
want.
I said, they're going to just embrace the weirdness, because right now they know that they've got Liquid not just on the back foot, like kneeling right now to the pressure that version 1 are putting on. And like I said, we haven't even seen a hint of a pace change from Liquid. We haven't seen anything proactive in the early round. We haven't really seen any utility built behind an execution. It's a passive wall in sewers to stop Penny running rampant towards them on A site. There's nothing Liquid is showing me right now that shows that they're going to stop this, stop the momentum from V1.
As much as I hate to say it, sometimes you're going to need to come down to the fact you need your Scream, you need your Yampy to come online. I don't think even just strategically there's a clear answer. Their go-to is they need their power players to find these moments now. They need a hero to step up to this because at the moment, as a collective, they are being walked over. They need a spark to ignite and it's not happening. For now, we've got 10 seconds, we go back underway. If version 1 keep this up, the first half and maybe the entire map is theirs. It's a buy round coming out from Liquid, though. It's time to see what they can do. How deep can they try and pull this one? Jammies, first of all, Link gonna get his foot in the door in this round. The triple stack on A works out and they fall away from this, but it may, if anything, spur on this C piece, which will be a post plant that's still pretty good for version 1, even without that Viper.
MP's still got the lockdown, which feels like it's been 8 rounds already now, but it's a perfect opportunity to put it to good use. V1 going to get a clean plant. Obviously, Jammies did fall. Link with the orbital strike as well, so possibility for these two ultimates to be invested together. And now, actually, yeah, the orbital strike going to be there to cancel out Zellsis and his lockdown, so V1 got to respect this. They've got to back away. But Effie's Hunter Fury, the shot darts, he's up there. The nano swarm is all running the clock down.
First delay now initiated. Late flank coming through in middle. They have to stall time, and Team Liquid need to get aggressive on these post plants. They've got to dig these players out of position. They can't get it halfway yet. There's the pop of the ult. They got to chase this down. Vanity on bodyguard duty, but he's still standing. Effie takes off Link. Scream now on towards the spike. Zelsis, like a thief in the night, rips him away from the spike. And there is no more time. There's nothing more to be done. Version 1 again flexing in this round.
This is just beautiful to watch. Again, version 1 can give away the first blood because they can sit in this default for as long as they want. Because Liquid are sweating beads right now. And again, they come through, they get the plant, the lockdown. Yeah, great, okay, we'll run away from site. We'll give you the site back because we have the perfect post-plant setup. Perfect.
And you can see they tried to disrupt it, but I love that next layer to it. They still have that lurk through garage. Like, everything's there for them. Yeah, maybe they were able to dissuade some of that post-bomb, but look at the economy, it's shattered as well. Scream's gonna connect towards Effie's, but this just feels like a dire attempt. Sheriffs here and there, Marshall or two, it's nothing to write home about. Yampy tries to punish, a tag ain't enough. Not right now. Vanity just takes it on the chin, says, yeah, no worries, mate, 15 HP, that's fine. And we keep going forward. Penny spurred forward, punishing Link for the insolence. This is confidence from V1, and it should be. It's deserved.
Scout destroyed.
Spots out Zellsis, but Jammies wisely hides away from that. Now going to play very deep here. Like I said, V1 essentially, especially with the purchase here on the side of Liquid, they can sit like this. They can wait for Liquid to have to make a move because it's on Liquid to really turn the tides of this game.
30 seconds left.
It's desperation time here. Soulcast actually going to fall away. Screen will find Penny. I think actually that's going to draw Liquid towards C. The Seekers come out, and that's going to give the information away, though. The hit's on A site.
Soulcast flash on through. He got away with it before, doesn't get away with it again. 10 seconds now. Jammy's punishing Cryptics. This is perfection again. A 3v2 now. Yampy and Scream. The upgrade for Scream is there, but Vanity. Oh, 15 HP. He's still done him again. He hasn't even healed from the last encounter. Scream. The Magic Man. Always able to pull out something for the side, but the utility is just smothering him. He's going to get the first step, but look in the post plant again. Jammies is still standing. They can't. How are they going to get rid of him? How are you going to get rid of this? You lost, and Scream knows it. It's all but done. I am amazed. V1 getting away with this. Liquid not finding an answer to something that was such a huge characteristic piece of what put V1 in Masters.
Yeah, absolutely is. And you know what? I'm absolutely delighted to see version 1 hit this level. Because this one, I mean, it's just insane to watch. Like I said, everything going right for them. Liquid, it can't even put a dent. Even in the rounds where it's like, yeah, maybe they can fight back into this. Version 1 are playing perfectly.
They're playing with everything they have. They are putting their hearts and souls into this game, and it's showing at 9-2. Liquid looks stumped. And again, we go back into this. Link on the site, sure. Already utility going to put them in a bad position, but a good combination there to take down at least the first step from Penny, but the trades are good enough. Zelsis going to maintain towards the site. Scream is here. There's that ultimate, though, from Killjoy. Should either clear him out or make him commit. He chooses one side. Zelsis picks the other and wins it out. Zelsis, the site's all his and says, hey, Jammies, you good? You chilling? You ready for that post plant? Fantastic, because I got you it. Just lock it down. Yampy and Soulcast in no position to try and remove these post plants again.
Yeah. There's no flank coming through. Now Zelsis can just buy time. He's got to drag this out for as long as possible, and if he finds one, it's great. He does. Soulcast trades. Here comes the utility. Soulcast has got to charge him down. He's got to do something here. We'll find the first. Jammy's actually going to hold on here. We'll challenge as well, but an opportunity? No. Jammy's deals with it. A 10-2 half for version 1. This has been amazing to watch, Lauren.
It absolutely has. Watching this in North America when they bested, again, Cloud9, I believe, to make their way through to this, I was impressed. I thought, wow, okay, this Whippy guy's great. Like, they've got all of this lovely utility usage. They've got the firepower to support it. You know, you couple that, you know, as said, big brain with the big aim. It's great. It works so well. I thought, but EU knows how to play against this meta, right? Like, we've dealt with Fnatic, we've had FPX, we know how to deal with it. Apparently
Liquid,
not.
I was going to say, Liquid should have been molded by this meta. They literally have had to come through some of the geekiest stuff we've seen in Valorant in EU, and right now, lost. Vanity, walking C long here, actually going to get swung on a couple of members. Dammy's going to put some utility out there to try and bail him out. Cryptics actually will flush him out of that, so Liquid draw first blood in the pistol round at least, see if they can get something on the board.
And this, it's all in Liquid's hands now. Have you got it in you? Have you got the grit to try and pull this one back? Pick yourself up off the floor and pull this game back. The margin of error is minuscule now. And that's what it comes down to. They'll lean towards C with the potential late lurk through Garage here, and they have a step towards site for free.
I mean, so cautious on approach here. It really relies on a couple of these players. That's Zelsis going to respect it for the time being. Liquid will get free entry. Now the Viper Wall and Sage Wall. Zelsis now comes out. That's Yampy ready to peek on the contact of his turret. Does win out that 1v1. That's huge.
Good work there. Effie's? Hello? Yampy gets put in his coffin, and now at 3v3. Now the HP's a little low for Effie's, and Penny is 50, but Soulcast ain't sitting so pretty either, but time. Cryptix now watches one cross, waits for the second, spots the second, gets it. That's gonna be Jammies now down, Soulcast and Scream in combination, and Liquid start their absolute Herculean task of trying to bring this game back. And as said, Hypok, it has to be flawless.
From start to finish, it really does. And again, with the way that V1 started to play towards the second half of their attack, it's gonna be difficult because they can just keep making these weird, funky plays that Liquid just don't seem to be able to respond to at all, or even set up to address. I see a Bucky, it's things like that.
There's gonna be two ways to respond to a scoreline like this. You crumble under the pressure, or it pisses you off and you get damn well better at it. And Liquid looking like they want to just start trying to walk through this game. Already Cryptix, see him chomping at the bit, but waits for the flash to come in, gives him the angle, and gets him the kill towards Elsis. Nice work there on the utility and a good site take. Keeping it clean so far, no threats found for the Frenzies or the Bucky.
Yeah, that's the important note right there. Liquid sets up, utility invested here. Post plant going to be very, very difficult for V1 to break. Cryptix even going to throw a one-way up for good measure. I think Vanity just going to look to come through and potentially do some damage here to the economy. Yammy's coming through. Yampy going to deal with that. Penny also, and actually will win out. So one weapon removed at least. Scream good for the trade now. Don't lose another one, Link. Yeah, that's okay.
No need.
It's little things like that. Again, you know, under this much pressure, Liquid need to think bigger picture. They need to keep their eyes on the prize.
And I want to see them bring out, you know, a Liquid special, something unique into this round. I don't want to just see, like, I'll just try a normal hit. I want to see if they've got some tricks up their sleeve, because, look, Sliggy used to love a bit of that, right? Like, you got a weird round coming in, your purchase is a bit strange. Scream's going to go up on the rifle this round, so it's not like it's not packing a punch, but, of course, this is the technical bonus round, but being 11-4 ain't feeling like much of a bonus, really. It doesn't feel great, so... for version 1, the first real shot at it in this second half. Let's see what they do on this is Liquid. Starting their build through, looking like they want to start with garage control.
That's going to clear through here. Is he only going to spot Vanity, but does reveal the judge. And again, if you're wise, the tendency is to drift away from that, but Elson's got his utility set up. Read out this B push coming through. And actually, lots invested. I think a couple of players going to get stuck inside the dance one. Vanity still finds the kill, but quickly dealt with by Link. Traded out.
Zelsis right on the verge of this, catching Scream as he tries to work through.
turret.
Zelsis! He gets the turret kill on Link! And now Cryptix and Yampy stunned at what just happened. And a 2v4 presented. And look how deep V1 are playing this already. They are sat so deep in this saying, we'll let you get the plant, it's fine, we can play back in on this, no worries. That's, you're in a 2v4, we're not going to make these mistakes, we're not going to let you get that chance. The rifle is on Yampy though. If he's going to be able to do something, it has to be off the back of this. And it's 2-2 split on the play back in. Yampy is not clean on the first, not pretty at all. Cryptix sweating bullets, and Jammy's just walks on in. He gets both.
It is absolutely criminal that that turret is allowed to stay shooting them for that long. I don't even want to know how much HP Link had, but it's little things there. Just deal with it. Just deal with it.
Yeah, at this point, you've had... I know there's so many threats coming in on the connectors, but you're right. There should have been a bit of a handle on that, and you had to have hoped that Yampy could have been cleaner on that first, maybe, but Jammy's with a great just timing on the swing, and again the pacing and everything looking so good there for version 1. Now this is where you're nervous because Scream's gonna be down on a lighter buy because he did go for that rifle in the previous, so he's gonna be only on, you know, coming out with a Marshall in this. I mean, not exactly your instigator. But it looks like a contact walk up C for now. Who's on the other side of this? Zelsis? Wait, what?
How
Vanity?
that just happened?
The timing, they'd already walked towards back sight and they just crossed each other like ships in the night, but
Oh,
Zellsis right on through. This is a disaster in the making as Zellsis wants to be the master of disaster already. The Flash gonna force him towards the back of the side, but he doesn't get checked on. He is
Just
not
gets
being
spotted.
checked on. He's getting away with murder. That's Link now dead, and you're down to Yampy and Soulcast, and this is looking worrying. Soulcast gonna dig deep. Yampy bails them out, but there is still Zellsis alive. Still has the option to do some work on this. He's got the 1v1 on Soulcast. Now that's gone away. Yampy's gonna be sitting on that swing in CT if needed. Spike's in his control-ish.
30 seconds left.
Zellsis, the timing is everything. He gets one, he sees Yampy, and the nerves are starting to show,
No
but
way.
Zellsis, so calm, so collected, clutching it out to 12.
Match point.
An insane play from Zellsis, who this map alone has put on an absolute show. An insane round from him. The Red Bull clutch here, so deep into this map. Look at this, finds Cryptics, negates the Viper's Pit, comes through. Soulcast even responds here, finding two fantastic
30
kills.
seconds left.
And right here, as soon as Soulcast resets to backside, I'm like, yeah, okay, Yampy can stack up, they can play the same angle and, you know, just trade, right? But somehow, Zellsis, in that scenario, still isolates two 1v1s. Absolutely insane.
He's got to be proud of that. Penny's going to find Yampy. This is looking
my
like it could be
word.
all but over. Team Liquid falling to the wayside as version 1. I cannot believe the elevation they have found on this map alone. And 3 stand in between them and victory. Scream, Cryptics, and Link are all that's left of Liquid. And Cryptics on the site. Got everyone waiting. Do they even let them plant? It looks like they will for now, but there's that Killjoy ult coming in.
Yep, and that. Gonna keep them on. Nobody actually from Liquid falling back here, so they might even just get detained. Link goes forward. Penny gonna trade one out. Link swinging through.
It's all on
Zelda's gonna
Cryptics.
trade out finally.
He's detained! He's got to stand as watch as V1 against all the odds, against all the doubt, rise above and bring the first win for North America above Europe.
I am absolutely speechless, but what a well-deserved victory there. What a well-deserved victory. They played fantastically on Haven. I mean, Liquid got simply outclassed there. They did not have an answer for a single thing version 1 was putting together. And like I said, this is the meta that Liquid were born in.
Ice in the veins. I think that's pretty fair at this point. And you're right. This is meant to have been what Liquid were founded by and shaped by, and they could not control a second of what V1 were doing.
Just insane. Penny and Zellsis, I mean, as well, with Effies, you could credit every single member of version 1 stepping up to the plate here when it matters. And that was after, on split map 1 that I said was their massive win condition. It goes to overtime, they lose it out, and they bounce back in comfortable fashion, honestly. I mean, it was Liquid on the back foot for, you got to say, 90% of those rounds. Even the ones that they're able to squeeze out a round win here and there, bigger picture, it didn't even seem to make that much difference.
And all I'm going to say is, North America, you have a team to be truly proud of in this. Again,
Yes.
stand-in coming in. That's already a ridiculous issue. And bear in mind, it was one of the big components of what created them being those meta-defining players, right? That Viper suddenly removed, they came through in place of a lot of what people would have expected to be other teams representing North America. And they take down arguably one of the best in Europe, and they do it in that fashion. That is truly something to be proud of for them.
Yeah, I'm still absolutely speechless. I mean, I got to say, Jammy's stonks through the roof. To come in like this and it looked like such a seamless transition to slot into this roster. Like I said, it's a real statement towards the structure behind this team and the core lineup here. That they can come in and look this good against a team like Liquid. Wow. I'm
absolutely impressed at the caliber of game that we've already seen. And this is the second game of the day. I heard there's a third coming up. There's Fnatic against Sentinel still. So yeah, a lot more to be seen. But as it stands, NA, they're the ones to take the first step. So congratulations, North America. Version 1 have done you proud. Take real pride in what they achieved today. However, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to be hearing from the analyst desk pretty soon. So we're going to head on over to a quick break, maybe in between it, who knows. At this point, my brain is just filled with North American chants and why are EU so quiet? Who knows? Hopefully we'll find out from Fnatic in a moment's time. But before then, we have interviews to come up. We have the analyst desk thoughts. We'll be there in a second's time.
How could you say this every time? This is the new world, you told me lightly. Oh, and how could it let it fall in my lifetime? I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Tear myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Tear myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Is there a place to get away, where I can be myself, for better or for worse? I know there's a place, a secret getaway, where I can be myself, where I can be myself. Oh, and how could it let it fall in my lifetime? I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Tear myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Tear myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you.
In a series that 100% delivered, it was going to be the lower seeded version 1 that walks away as the winner of the first clash between NA and EU. Welcome back, everyone, to the studio. Golden Boy here, along with my analysts, Potter, Doug, and Tom Biz. Oh, my goodness gracious, what a series we just witnessed. Let's go ahead and show you guys those Prime Gaming map highlights, because there were a lot of incredible moments from this game. And Potter, I will go as far as to say the name of the game was lineups. All lineups, all day, every day.
All lineups indeed. All day, every day. Look at these shock darts, man. Just, it seemed like Liquid were slowly just getting choked out. In a lot of these rounds, even as soon as the spike went down, it seemed like if Liquid don't start this retake right now, tap the bomb, at least half it, they had no shot. And, you know, ultimately, at a certain point, Liquid had to make a decision whether they were going to just not allow these post plants to happen at all, take the fight before the spike even goes down, or have some sort of incredible flank cooked up. But neither of these were the case. Version 1 completely dominated that first half. There wasn't even a single round that really looked like Liquid had a chance. And sure, they started garnering some rounds in the second half, but man, 10-2, that is a lot to ask to make a comeback happen.
Yeah, Thomas, you know, we were discussing in the middle of the game, and we said if version 1 manages to get, you know, like a 10-2 or 9-3 or whatever, this could very well be curtains. What happened for Liquid there? I know Haven is a tough map for the defenders because of the 3 bomb sites. You're splitting a lot of that attention, but it really felt like Liquid were just not prepared for those types of plays from North America's version 1.
Yeah, I think firstly you have to give credit over to version 1 with the incredible amount of like adaptation and research it seems that they've done over the last couple of weeks. Like, again, I pointed out Imi. I know it was somewhat of a joke because of the like British link, but I think that man is earning his paycheck and some, because like the amount of different things, different ideas they had to try and deny any sort of afterplant was incredible. And then you had like the fact that they had this plan, and then Zelsis right at the end would always just come in and go, oh, you thought it was just lineups, and just always get like a massive impactful frag as well. So I don't know. I just don't think they could cope with everything that V1 had to offer. And I don't want to just sit here and say like, oh no, it was actually just Liquid playing bad, as would be classic for me as the like EU guy on the show. I think V1 just played exceptionally well.
Well, you know what though, Tom, man, you know, revenge is a dish best served cold. And there was one round in particular, one instance in particular that I want you to break down for me. Tom?
Okay, so, wait, sorry, well, I can't, GB, I can't hear you.
Are you?
There seems to be, like, you know the tech issue I had earlier?
No, you're still there.
Real? I think that might be, no, I can't, no, is the round playing? Like, what did you want me to break down?
Tom, you're still there, we still hear you on,
what?
Did you just fake a tech issue in order to get out of explaining that? You swine! How could you? For shame, sir. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, look. Let's be real. That was, and I think that there was Doug. There was a lot of conversation online regarding that particular play, but there was a method to the madness, wouldn't you say? Like that. It seemed like the play Soulcast wanted to just get some kind of information, maybe a double out of that one.
Yeah, I think so. And honestly, in that situation, it's a little hard to blame them, right? Like, you know, momentum is not necessarily going your way right now. You find what seems like you're striking gold. You find yourself behind person, the player I like to call the sniffer, watching out for the lurks, and there's just unfortunately like you turn around, you give them the business there. They say a kill. One kill is worth 2 in the bush. A kill in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Damn it, I messed that up. But at the end of the day, like, I like what he was going for. I'm picking up what he was putting down. It was just that it will forever be a meme.
Unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky. Truly unlucky. But you know what, though? Well, I guess further unlucky, because there's another play, Doug, that I want you to break down for me that ended up happening. This one right here. Vanity got through 2 attackers. Oh, what?
Yeah, and this just feels like a perfect representation for what V1 was able to do on map, right? Like, Vanity gets past 2 players, walks right by them into their smokes, and then Cryptix tries to use the Viper's Pit to cancel that out. Zelsis shows up just in the nick of time to cancel that out. So it really seems like everything was kind of going in their favor. They happen to get the timing just right. Zelsis gets a huge kill at just the right time, and then even... Again, huge kudos to Liquid for bringing it as close as they did. Soulcast tries going absolutely bonkers, but in just such fitting fashion. Again, a perfect representation, in my opinion, of what we saw the entire map. Zelsis finds himself in a 2v1, and you can almost feel it, right? Like, given how the round had gone, given how the map had gone, you could almost pack it up and send it, and then Zelsis goes absolutely huge. So It really was a complete performance. Zellsis, to be honest with you, from my perspective, struggled at the beginning of the series, right? On the Killjoy, and that was a lot of discussion we had. He's normally a duelist. That's a big change. How's he going to do in that role? In map 3, he showed up in a big way.
Oh, yeah, undoubtedly. And I think that it's part of that. Zellsis' massive game 3, you know, Penny and the performance we has. I know that we're going to have an interview with Penny standing by. Once that's available, we're going to go and head over to Iceland with Dash. But, you know, Tom is, before we throw to the interview, you know, I don't think, though, that this is doom and gloom for Liquid because they still are Team Liquid. They still are a formidable force in this competition.
Oh, definitely. I said it at the top of the show that I think that the thing that Liquid does best is when they are down, they have someone like Sliggy who will adapt and build this roster up again. They've done it so many times already. Like, they have been around since beta. This roster has been changing and coming back stronger every single time. If you genuinely believe that they're out of this right now, maybe you're more delusional than the people that saying V1 didn't deserve the win.
Oh, look at that. I like that one, Tom. All right, well, for more insight on that win, let's head on over to Reykjavik, Iceland, as my main man Dash has Penny for an interview for our Verizon post-match.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I am here with Penny after taking the first of the victories in the NA versus EU battle. Penny, 3 maps, 2 of them extraordinarily close. The third one became dominant. First things first, I just want to know what's going through your head right now.
That was definitely crazy. That was like the most intense series I ever played, and plus it's on LAN. We're like screaming at each other. Both teams are screaming at each other. It was pretty crazy.
I love to see the interaction of the players across the stage, getting into each other's heads. Let's start working through the maps one at a time. We started on Split. It was your guys' map pick. It went to triple overtime of all things. And I think I look at you as the player who's a big reason why it went that far. I'm thinking about the op push through the Viper wall on site. I mean, what got into you today that you were able to play like that?
Honestly, what I wanted to do today is just play how I normally play online, like how I played the last series. I don't want to change how I'm playing just because I'm on LAN, right? I want to keep like doing what I was doing that worked in NA, so that I can actually like we can come here and win some games.
Now, unfortunately, that map didn't go your way, so we load on to Ascent. That is, of course, you know, the map pick of your opponents in this situation. So what was the thought process going in there? Because you guys started extremely hot, 5-0 on defense.
Honestly, with playing with jammies right now, we haven't had like a lot of practice, right? It's like maybe the week we've been here and like a day before we left. So we haven't actually played a lot of Split before we left, or like before this game even. So I suppose actually our least played map in practice. So the only reason we picked it is because we knew what all the maps were going to be since they banned Icebox. We wanted to play Icebox. But I think playing with jammies is like working very well right now for us.
Sweet. Well, yeah, again, on Ascent, it was 5-0 to start for you guys. Then it evened up at 5-5. It was a very streaky map. What do you think was ultimately the difference maker there that you guys were able to push it to Haven and the third map overall?
I think I have to give credit to Vanity, like always. He's making some really good calls, especially in like these tight moments. And I think also Jammies, Jamal, he's been playing really well.
Sweet.
Like with the Viper. So yeah, it's good to see.
Ended in a sick way too, with the double darts over from Effie's on the attempted defuse. That brings us to Haven, and from there you guys just ran away with it. What was going on there? I mean, the post plant situations looked amazing, but a 10-2 attacking half. I mean, that just made the rest of the series not feel as close all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we didn't have to do the same thing we did on the last 2 maps because that was like really stressful. So I think Zellsis showed up a lot on that map. He had some big rounds, some big clutches, especially that 1v2 at the end. Yeah, I don't know. It's a crazy feeling.
Any of it feel like you figured Team Liquid out?
I don't think so. I think they're actually really good, but I think maybe they got in their own head a little bit and they started playing like not playing how they want to play, and like maybe that was on us. Like we made it so they couldn't play how they wanted to play. But I really do think they're really good, but we just won this time.
Sweet. A number of people were calling you guys the underdogs if there was one coming into that matchup, NA versus EU. We're about to head into another NA versus EU match with Sentinels versus Fnatic. I just want to get your opinions on how that match is about to break down.
I mean, I'm definitely going to watch this after. I think Sentinels will win, but Fnatic have been looking very good. I don't know if it's just because of the team they played, like, because I really don't know about all the other teams, right? I think Sentinels will win.
Sweet. Well, that's a lot of what this tournament's here to figure out, right? Is where do the regions stack up against each other? Well, Penny, you popped off today. It was an absolute treat to watch you guys take it in 2-1 fashion. Thank you for taking the time to interview with me here. From here, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's the second of the two NA versus EU clashes, Sentinels versus Fnatic.
Is our final matchup of the day here at VCT Masters 2 in Reykjavik, Iceland. Welcome back to the studio. Golden Boy here, along with my analysts, Potter, Doug, and Tom Biz. And Sentinels will be taking on Fnatic, a matchup just as anticipated as the one we just saw between version 1 and Team Liquid. But Potter, for Sentinels, this is a squad that many saw sitting in those chairs right now, considering how dominant they have been from the beginning of this game and how adaptable they've been with every meta that has come through Valorant.
Absolutely adaptable. I think that's the perfect way to describe these guys. Really, Sentinels, they seem to have the whole package going on. We got Tens, who is so gifted and talented. He's always taking those forward aggressive angles. We've got Shazam, who's not only the in-game leader, but he's wheeling the operator. He's just learned how to pick up that Sova, but he looks damn good doing it. And of course, Sick and Zoms to always close out the rounds and clutch things out for these Sentinels guys. Sure, they always seem to kind of mess around a little bit. We've got Dapper with those tactical crouches, especially when they've got quite the lead. So sometimes it's hard to take them as seriously, but trust Shazam. He's got a game plan. They've been working on things over in Europe for the last week and a half. They've been facing out and scoping out the competition. I think they will have something cooked up for this Fnatic match right here.
Yeah, and, you know, there's a lot to talk about real quick. Doug, tell me about the addition that Tens has brought. What has Tens brought to this team that has elevated them further?
My gosh, GB, how do you put that into words, right? Like Tens really feels like a once in a lifetime type player that has like a drastic impact and a shift in the way the game is played and the way the game is thought about. You think about some of the best to ever do it across any sport, any esport, anything, and you kind of have to put Tens in that conversation. He's electric. There really is seldom a time that he can't deliver or doesn't deliver and can't do what his team is asking him to do. So the Tens, I mean, through the roof, right? Like stocks all the way to the moon. Tens is the real deal, and this is I think a really important defining moment for him in his career, because now it's the big stage. Now it's on land. Now it's international. Will you live up to the hype?
Yeah, the stocks are high for Tens, but they're even higher for their opponents because everyone feels like Fnatic, Tom, is one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team, to come out of that region, despite them being the lower seed in this one.
Yeah, for sure. We saw them fall to Liquid, obviously, in the EMEA finals. But other than that, they have been the hot rising prospect within EU, a team that's always had this massive tactical depth. Even before the roster changes, they were having those, I guess, so-called ratty lineups and just sitting back and being able to make things really awkward for teams. But they didn't have the extra layers that we now see from them. They have those rounds where they can just explode into a site and have players like Magnum being able to lurk in around the flank and cause them issues. And of course, they've got that deadly duo of Durka and Doma, two incredibly young players who almost seem to play like seasoned veterans. Their individual skill is off the charts, but the decision-making of both of them just seems to be that of people who've been playing this game for years. And then you've just got the stylish boaster leading the charge, a man who I think is becoming very quickly one of the most loved players in Valorant, and also just the fact that as an in-game leader, he's putting in so much work alongside Mini to actually make this roster work.
Yeah, it's very true. Poster is, gotten himself quite the fan base, especially after his antics yesterday. Sentinels have a massive fan base as well, as we've seen throughout numerous events. But something, though, to note was that yesterday against Crew, and this is something that they're going to have to pick up, Potter, was that their pistols were not that great. I believe they were 0-4 in pistol rounds yesterday.
Surprising, definitely surprising. But you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day if you lose that pistol, if you bounce back and just dominate all the gun rounds, right? And that's kind of what we saw with Fnatic. The score lines were definitely lopsided, and these guys were having fun. Durka, my goodness, the aggression coming out from this man's on the jet. He was everywhere. He had 18. He was involved in 18 first kills or first deaths. The nearest to him on his squad had 8. So that just goes to show exactly how active this dude was in the server. And I expect him to be even more so in this series.
All right, well, for those of you guys who are watching at home, make sure you guys are following us on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for the latest news, highlights, memes, and you already know the deal to get into those fan votes. We want to hear from you guys, of course. Everyone apparently has voted in favor of Sentinels. Let's go ahead down the list. Potter, do you agree with the fans? Is Sentinels walking away with the victory?
I do. I'm going with Sentinels here. I think they should win this one. You know, this first series with version 1 and Liquid, it's gotten me all shook up. I'm not sure exactly what to expect in my mind leading up to Iceland. I for sure bowed down to the EU meta, the slow, calculated, every stone not left unturned. I thought that was the way to go, but man, NA, it seems like, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think Sentinels, they're going to win this one.
All right, real quick, because the matchup is about to begin. Doug, who do you have?
Sentinels all the way. I think Tens gets a lot of love, but keep an eye on Sick. He has the impact to really define the entire series by himself.
All right, Tom, give it to me, Poppy. Who do you got?
It's always Fnatic. It's always got to be Fnatic.
I love it.
They're building the meta. They are building the meta, and everyone else can just follow along.
All right, folks. Well, the time has arrived. Our final matchup of the day. Sentinels facing off against Fnatic. Another NA versus EU showdown. And we have two great casters guiding you through the action. It's DDK and Rivington.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Thank you, Golden Boy. My God, Riv, what a match. What a privilege it is to get to cast a match like this. What an insane situation. You know, how long have we been waiting for this, and I feel like this is the biggest clash we could expect, and so early on as well. This could be a finals in of itself.
It is. Everybody's going to be watching this. You know, a few of the games may have gone to rest the past few days, but these are two teams that are known to set the pace at the tournament, expected to set the pace at the tournament, and that's what we're going to get out of this game right here.
Absolutely. Sentinels, a team with an incredible amount of firepower here, looking to rock the European region. Fnatic, arguably the best team from that region, up there with Team Liquid. This is the team, if there is one from Europe, to defeat the Titans and Sentinels. And the kind of performance here that we're going to have to expect from Fnatic to do so, I feel like they have it all to do. You know, coming from the North American region, you know, we spend a lot of time there, Riv, casting these matches. It feels like Sentinels has this X factor to them, and that they can adapt to anything.
It does, and looking at those stylistic differences is something you have to start with these two teams. Sentinels has been playing the double duelist for so long. It's something they love to use, the variety of having that aggressive engagement to use in various situations to enter into executions. Fnatic has been running the single duelist for quite some time. They've also been running things like Viper since early December of 2020. The Brimstone's also there. So with that whole idea, the EU's been very utility heavy. They use utility a lot. We see that because they're utility focused agents within their games. We have seen NA focusing a bit to single duelists. We'll see if it's something that Sentinels now starts to trend towards as we get our vetoes and picks for the maps.
And I'm so excited to see how this one goes down. We can see immediately Sentinels getting binds straight out of the picture. I think that's a smart choice against Fnatic. They have a deadly approach on that map, and we're going to see Split out of the equation as well. So honestly, Riv, looking at both of these teams and their maps, their map pools respectively, I'm happy no matter where we end up.
I mean, you see Bind out of there. Both teams have 100% win rate in Challengers 2 stages on Bind. The difference, it's Fnatic with 13 plays on Bind and Sentinels on 3. So Sentinels banning that out. They've been doing their homework. Split is kind of just the opposite. Sentinels, a great win rate with 10 plays through Challengers 2. Fnatic only had 3. So they're sorting out the maps that they really haven't been able to compete on, and they're focusing on the things that work for them. We'll see what happens here. It is going to be attack for Fnatic going onto Icebox first. And to make a point to that, it's attack for Fnatic on every map, Dan.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. I mean, both of these teams certainly very strong on both sides. I think Fnatic, obviously, they've been doing a really, really good job, you know, recently, just fundamentally across the board. And, you know, I kind of set it up saying how strong Sentinels are and how adaptive they are. But there is a lot of question marks above their heads as well. You know, we saw already there was talk of 10s. How can you not talk of 10s? But in this matchup, what I'm looking to see is, you know, 10s, is he going to be able to have the freedom that he needs to succeed as a player, you know, to be able to go to his limits individually? Fnatic is such a tactical team that they may have prepared a lot of different answers for that, and that's certainly something we'll have to keep an eye on as this series progresses.
Yep. Speaking with the other casters earlier today, they mentioned that Fnatic's early struggles, when you saw some disappointments in stage 1 of Challengers for them, where they switched up and then brought Durka and Magnum in for a little bit more firepower, was that they tended to play towards the game of structure. They love to have the control over the game. They love to play towards that structure, and sometimes a little too forward towards it, because if there's one player on the other side, like CNED or some of the Polish teams, that would run through Fnatic strategies, they wouldn't be able to organize. So you're picking up 10s, or you're just saying about 10s here, that could be one of the ways that we see Sentinels really be able to get under the skin of Fnatic here with a straight drive through that one player. Maybe even sick. Maybe even sick.
Yeah, and I think that's such a great point. I can't wait to see how this, you know, comes together with these two teams. This is going to be really interesting. You know, going into Icebox to begin with, you know, something that, you know, as we have been talking about 10s, we're going to expect to see him in this series, perhaps on Reyna, the majority of the time, except perhaps Haven, where he might be on that jet instead. But otherwise, we're going to see that Reyna out of 10s, and I'm curious how he's going to be able to activate that one. Of course, we're going to see both teams picking Viper. I mean, how could you not in the current meta that we're in? She's a little bit good.
Yeah, our Prime Gaming Aging Select showing us everything we need to see here before we get onto Icebox and everybody chills out for a bit. The Sages are there. We're not seeing any skies for this composition, and neither teams have shown it. It looks like they're running, if Fnatic's run this composition for the last 9 times they have played on Icebox, the same composition for the last 3 times Sentinels, and haven't changed it up. So that's since April for about both teams. This is very comfortable for them, and we'll see what they can produce with it. See if Tens can open up. We've seen him on some of the A Frenzy sites for pistol rounds, taking control. And pistol rounds, Dan, is something we're taking a look at for Fnatic, as they weren't able to pick up too many. But as Potter said, if you can right the ship after the pistol rounds, does it matter? Maybe it does when the other team can abuse it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely going to be something that in a matchup with teams like this that are so good, every round obviously counts, and it can feel quite oppressive, especially when there's a lot of pressure on, because we can't forget the context here. These players are on LAN, they're playing the biggest event so far this year, and there's pressure that exists in this environment that is not present in lesser tournaments, that's not present when you're in your bedroom. You're here, you just have to look around, you see the setting to remind you as to how important this is for you, your team, your career, and it's going to be, well, your region too. We can't forget the global element here also. All these players are representing their regions. They had to beat out so many teams from their regions. The qualifying into this phase was so very difficult in of itself. Absolutely. So, with all that said, there's a few things on the line here that is definitely going to add some spice to this.
A quick tech pause, and there were changes along the way. It's never a straight shot. You're always making changes, like Durka and Magnum coming in, Tens sliding in now for Sentinels to make that team work. And it's probably one of the best plug-and plays you've seen around the board. And think of what some of these players have kind of said in banter before the game as we go through this tech pause. Fnatic wants to put NA in their place, Boaster said. That's exactly what he wants to be able to do. He also said they want a 2-0 all the way through here. And I'm excited to see what Sentinels brings, because in the press conference, Shazam was pretty adamant that he thought no teams would really be bringing the same stuff here. And while we may see the same agents, there's various ways to use them. So I'm expecting some fiery strats, a lot of different variation, and to really see if these teams can exploit each other's weaknesses. Because, Dan, we talk about all the differences between these two teams, but I think what it comes down to, and why everybody knows this is going to be such a matchup, is it's a chess game between Boaster and Shazam. Two of the best IGLs. They watch VOD after VOD. They understand teams, and we're going to get to see how those minds work against each other now in this best-of-3 series here in Iceland.
Absolutely, here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for, Fnatic and Sentinels facing off. It's just day 2 here, but again, this could be a finals with teams this good from Europe, Fnatic, and Sentinels from North America, of course. Opening up onto Icebox, Fnatic on the attack, and already we'll get an ISOP thrown in towards the A site just to create some presence. However, there is movement here towards the B site, though, for Fnatic, as they'll pick up the ultimate orb as well. So at this point, if you're Sentinels, you're not quite sure really what's happening. We do see Shazam getting a quick info grab.
All right, so we'll see what they're doing is they're going forward into the play. So with a little technical difficulty, we'll get DD back in just a moment here. 1:10 left on this round. Looks like it's a full B play towards Crane. The walls are set up. Slow play for now. You get a bit of a drone out to see what's happening. A nice job by Sick to get an eye on what the prize could be as they work their way towards B. Fnatic here, not exactly deathballing, as Magnum is on the side focus. Alert bot in mid so they can keep the rotation. Like I said, chess game. Expect these rounds to go late and everything to be a pressure play. Execution coming in on to B now. And we'll see if they can make this happen. Everybody rotating around from Sentinels, the team that loves to play the retake. And we'll see what they can produce on this. Looking at Sick. Walls up now, and they can't really make an entry towards that top side. Spike has been planted, and it's a fury to get back in here. Shazam with one on the ghost to Durka, and that's a quick drop. Shazam on the jet for this game, if we haven't already noticed. He's going to be the one making the plays. They're getting the defuse down. Shazam's going to find it. They cut the wire, and they get the first round over on Sentinels. Are on the board with one. Frag still coming through for Magnum. Shazam goes down in the end, but they are happy to pick up a few. Shazam gets an extra $400 for those. And we'll see what they can continue to do. Mystic getting a few, Magnum getting a few. We saw Fnatic wanting to pressure a late round strat to start. Altogether, Magnum on the flank to make sure they could get any stragglers from Sentinels, but Sentinels as well moving accordingly to get back over there and really pressuring, knowing it's very hard to hold B in the beginning. Everybody's either going to be behind yellow or behind any of those toxic screens that are up. They're going to have to force their way through. Dangerous if you don't have weapons. Quickly up to the maze. Tens gets himself right on top of pipes here, and we'll see if he can hear Magnum coming around. So it's a great intel spot. Durka with the Marshall coming up huge. Oh, my word. And I think we have TDK back. There's back. All right, I believe.
All right, straight back into the action. Although we have a nice little calm point here as we get the rotation from Fnatic over towards the B side of the map. Not too much there to defend this, of course. Just Soms playing a retake position. Just looking to hold ground at this point. There's just not that much information for Sentinels, stacking more towards middle at the moment, but they figured it out. The question is, Riv, if they're going to be able to really stop this. Fnatic, one of the things that they do best on this map is playing those post-plant lineups, and it looks like they shouldn't have too much of an issue in getting the plant that they're looking for here with that Viper utility down on the ground.
And they've gone for that kind of partial buy here. Coming into the second round, the spike plant and extra money makes them feel good about putting a little bit of investment here into this second round. Toxic screens start to go up as Boaster gains a little bit of ground. He does not have a shock dart for another 3, but he gets in a position to fire that off here as Durka takes another one down. Dapper falls.
Yeah, force to push in here, Sentinels. They know they have to make the action happen here. If they allow everybody to fall back off of the spike into those post-plant positions, it's going to be very tough indeed. And that's what's beginning to happen here. Fnatic, with good positioning overall, Boaster playing around yellow, can sense the presence here of Sentinels as they start to make the move forwards. Boaster's able to at least deal with one. 2 more players here for Sentinels as they get the pressure on, but Zoms, he's going to have to try to stick this, and he's going to be burning in the acid.
Oh.
Not a great look for him. Fnatic, really, really well done by them. I mean, I just love seeing the discipline. You know, once they got that advantage on the player, the player advantage, sorry, they were able to, slow take that B site. They didn't rush things. They tried to, put up the utility, see if that would bait a response. Once they understood what was happening, they just make their way, methodically forward to get that wall up for the safe plant. Just very disciplined stuff here from Fnatic, looking really tight on these pushes so far.
Looking happy as well on their side. The end of those getting pretty gritty. Fnatic holding strong. And we got to remember they played Crew yesterday. They're feeling pretty good as they are on the stage. Shazam and squad on Sentinels in their first game. Trying to put these frags in. We'll see what they can do. Now 1-1 as that was an awesome eco round to put Sentinels on their heels coming into round 2. See, it's another B strat here. They're feeling comfortable. They feel like the challenge and getting face-to-face with Sentinels is in their favor. So Fnatic go towards B again.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to deny this site take if you're Sentinels with so little in the way of equipment. We do have the knives out from Shazam. He's able to nail Durka. Around the side he goes. Shazam is annihilating everybody with the ultimate, and that's going to cause a lot of problems here. 2 players left, Doma and Magnum, as they try to swing their way around. The pressure's coming in, though. The spike gets tapped, and forced to fight is Magnum, and he will not be able to deal with the numbers. Sentinels lock it in, thanks to Shazam's heroics.
Oh my, already this game is delivering. Dueling third round Blade Storm coming in from Durka and Shazam. Let's see more of that. 2-1 coming in. What a round for both teams there. Love to see the aggression. Love to see that both teams are not giving an inch. It wasn't waiting for the plant. They were pushing in before they knew what the actual hit was because of the information gained on both sides. Toxic screen, schmoxic screen. Boom! The flex on for Shazam there, and an amazing play as the team followed up. The Sentinels feeling good, but I feel like this is going to be a very back-and-forth game, Dan.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And in terms of momentum, though, I'm loving that for Sentinels because that's got to feel good. And Fnatic, not with the best equipment in the world. Both are on the Ghost there. We'll see what they're able to accomplish here. Going for the pressure towards B long. They don't have to commit into this. They don't really have presence elsewhere on the map, but they're going to pick up the ultimate orb, and Shazam's going to be here with the operator. Oh, he actually whiffs that one. He can't get away. That is a huge opening early on now for Fnatic, going up 5 against 4, and with a minute on the clock to play with as well.
It's so big because we see it's already a recuperation buy with still some Spectres. It was 1-for-1 as we went into round 2, which means it was an eco. Sentinels was building back up, and the op investment after that back and forth economy, it needs to at least return something. So great job by Fnatic to start off there, make it really sting on this round to start. And it's going to be Sentinels to pick this up and find that off if they can. Doma says, not this time, though.
Yeah, great moves going up on the wall in the toxic, rather in the poison orb. That's so smart. Really creates problems here. There's not much left now for Sentinels, leaving just sick after Zombs goes down. And Fnatic, you know, you said it's going to be very back and forth, and it's looking like Fnatic have such a strong response. Shazam, after having such a great round just previous, struggling to connect that one shot, and that was all it took. That opportunity going to Fnatic, they knew how to play out that man advantage. And again, it's that methodical approach towards that B side that's been causing some issues.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of adaptation coming through from Sentinels, where maybe they invest more to try to actually aggressively take B long. Or they can play retake on B as well. There's definitely a few different options available to Sentinels if they want to try to mix things up. If they feel like they're not having too much luck here on B long.
Just quickly encroaching in. The play right now for what we see coming in from Fnatic is, okay, they're going to give us enough room to make it all the way up Crane, even to yellow, get a toxic screen, our Sage wall up, and be able to plant. They're so happy to take the afterfight. They have a really great post-plant so far. So doing that each time, you saw the spike go towards B at the beginning of this one as we were watching the replays, but this time it sits behind A for one of the first times. And they've only been here to pepper A, Fnatic that is. Now it looks like they may actually commit to the site, and we'll see how Sentinels reacts in round 5.
I have the spike.
Drone comes through. Durka watching patiently with them high ground. Now the question is, do Sentinels want to just... In fact, they are going to full hold this. They're not going to try to retake at all. It looks like it's all on the line right here on the side.
Spike down A.
And there goes the lockdown. That's going to force them back out. So they wanted to fight for this rip, but they're going to get denied by that lockdown. So that's actually had massive value.
Util to come up. Shock Dart come in from 6. Shazam goes down, though, as they're still waiting for a little bit of fine to get back into this site. Maybe a sonar bolt to make it happen. 4v4 on the retake as Durka takes aim from all the way on the back of steps.
Boaster, great
So well
line
set
on
up.
that Hunter's Fury, absolutely. And also he has the ability to go for this late lurk, this flank. It has been detected. Dapper's looking for it on the back. He's actually going to take down Boaster, and there goes the spike tapped. It's going to be Fnatic having to force the issue, moving closer now. They've got to close the distance because the stick seemed to be coming, but Tense comes off of it to get the frag, to prevent the trade. Has to stick it again. Does he have time? Can he make it work? Oh! Fnatic able to take that one. My goodness, that was so very close, down to the milliseconds. But Fnatic, they pull it out of the bag rib, 3-2 for them.
Beautifully played by Fnatic on that one. I love the way they're setting up around the ultimate. They got back for Boaster to be able to do a nice Hunter's Fury, cause chaos in the site. And you see the power of Sentinel's retake there. And what I think is extra awesome is Fnatic right now is, again, getting to the site pretty much as fast as they can and getting the plant down, which puts Sentinels in their retake position. And Fnatic, they're still not letting Sentinels get the retakes in. So doing a great job at that while Sentinels is even trying to play their game still.
And we may have one of those more sleepy rounds where it's just a few pistols, but the Sheriffs can be quite dangerous, especially in a map like Icebox. We have all these open ranges. These cheeky Sheriffs can certainly cause problems. I think a good initial objective for Sentinels is to get a couple kills if they possibly can find a way to do so. Dapper's able to find some jiggle action around Yellow. He will have to back away though. He's managed to actually bait out some utility, so he's gotten a lot of information. That's going to allow his teammates to respond here. Sentinels will have players in position to maybe deal with this, but all of this utility is certainly hard to cut through.
Boaster got so much good vision in mid. He droned all the way under tube into a kitchen, seeing Viper, both of Zoms and I believe Sick back there. So they have a great idea of what kind of utility they'll be facing after seeing the slow orbs. Fnatic is doing a great job of just getting in the mind of Sentinels here before these rounds start, which is why it looks like they're moving so seamlessly into B each time. And a nice Viper bite to get a frag there on a Dapper.
Oh my god, all the Viper rolls coming through here, and it's just an absolute mess, but there's no one on the spike just yet. You can see some not quick enough to deal with the second Nano Swarm. Got the first one though. Sick, able to take down Magna, makes it a 3v3, but time is against Sentinels on this retake. Bosa's trying to push the issue, find his way forward towards the spike. He's dealt with the issue there, and that will be Fnatic picking it up. And Ace coming through, great stuff there. My goodness.
All right. Our first round separation. Does Sentinels claw back, or can Fnatic add a little padding? It looks like they have the momentum too. They're starting to figure out again. See, they get right to the site once they can. They only need a little bit of info to do that. And then they set up to play that game of chess as they back up throughout all of this utility. Like we said, utility heavy, right, Dan? Site takes as they get back in. High fives, fist bumps all around from Fnatic as they start to take a bit of a lead.
Definitely. Oh, I love this from Shazam as well, going deeper right at the beginning, looking for those opening picks with the operator, trying to mix up those angles so you can catch your opponents off guard. Doesn't get anything this time, except some early information, and we'll see just a default coming through here from Fnatic, slowing things down on the attack, seeing if they could catch any early plays from Sentinels. I think at this point it would make a lot of sense that Sentinels would be trying to do something in the early round, but they are actually holding passive for now.
It might be one of those 30 seconds again, right as 30 seconds hit, slam the site, get it down, pressure the utility usage, and again, fight within that chaos. There's the 1 minute mark going through. So using utility here would kind of leave you at a weird moment, having utility come back every 30 or so seconds for controllers and whatnot, but it looks like that's when they want to execute. So they're going to plant shortly after this, unless they're drawing things out of Sentinels on this, or Fnatic, sorry.
And actually going through towards A, actually.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good early defense coming through from Tens, and Shazam knocking down everybody here for Fnatic. Very little left to work with. Boaster and Durka is all that remain, and time is against them here as well. Shazam, he doesn't stop. Another one for him. That's all Durka can do to maybe get a couple kills there, keep some damage there, but Shazam finishes it off with style. Lovely stuff. And it was interesting, you know, because we had what looked like, you know, what typically, you know, Magnum's going to be playing towards A with the Killjoy turret, trying to deny information. And I think, you know, there is a general tendency to try to set up towards B here. You know, we've seen that preference already from Fnatic. And this being the first time that they actually do try to go A, and I feel like it almost feels like a bait, you know, sending Magnum towards A for that presence. So you're almost not convinced, I feel like. But Sentinels managed to work this really effectively thanks to Shazam.
And the focus was to get the operator back in his hands as soon as possible. They know what kind of control it puts on the site, and it stops aggression really well. We know that. It's one of the things the operator does best, is it shuts down aggression. What a shot coming in there from Shazam. Tens answers as well as they start to take a few at a little bit of an econ buy here as they farm down Fnatic for round 8.
Yeah, that's the scary thing with the A side, isn't it? You're going to be running into Tens and Shazam. So, yeah, very scary prospect, especially given that the operator has been out for some time. Fnatic, you know, you may expect them at this point, you know, given how much they've been shut down on around A, that maybe they would start working that belong control early again. So then, you know, the mind games start to come through, and there's a couple options. Either Sentinels do what they've been doing, which is just actually generally playing fairly passive across the board, or they actually try to anticipate Fnatic going back to B, and there's no guarantee of that. But it looks like that is happening. We've got early presence here towards that B-long position, Riv.
Yeah, we're hot in. Durka's hurt. He got a quick peek in. Took an op shot from Shazam. He'll get healed up there by Doma, so they're taking a second to reset. Get themselves back into position. Now, the operator, as I said, shuts down aggression, but it's also probably going to draw a little bit more utility out of Fnatic. So they got to figure out what Shazam's first shot is, where that operator then moves to, because it usually goes to a second spot. And you can see now he's creeping over towards under mid. Going to see if he can route what usually is the rotation here from Magnum, and we'll see if it pays off. Smoke goes down, though, so they're going to be covered on the rotations. Nice job by Fnatic, keeping everything in mind around the map as they move silently.
I love the cutting of noise here. Just try to see if there's anything coming from Sentinels, but they themselves, again, have been showing that they don't really want to take any chances, just keep continuing to play passive, not taking risks. And that's a fantastic find there. And there's a res. That means that they know that there's at least 2 players around A main. That might make them think that there's action towards A, but at the same time, here comes the play towards B. So quite confusing, but 20 seconds to go here, Riv, and soon the game will be given away for Fnatic with this plant on B.
I think the size of B always allows it a site that 5v5 are alive once the spike goes down. Here we are for that play. Spam just to the underside of the box. Razams can cut it. The heal, or rather Rez comes in down to Shazam now. And they are cleaning up a bit at the site as the trades go back and forth, Dan.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Fnatic running out of time, though, unfortunately for them. Whew. Sentinel really holding on to things. And again, Sentinels they're doing such a good job without information. They're just so confident in how they can retake positions together that they're not really putting anything to chance. And there's a lot to be said for playing that style, because you're giving up information to do it. And the cost of doing that is that you feel a bit safer. But hey, they're really making it work in this matchup so far on Icebox. Yeah. And this is a retake-heavy map. And so far, they're showing confidence there.
Whoa. Confidence on both sides here. We see Shazam going up with his operator. Hunter's Fury there for Boaster. Blade Storm and Empress available. Ooh. Shazam just on point with the quick flicks right now as you see him switching back and forth.
Yeah, he is really nailing people there. Lightning fast with those flicks indeed. Again, he is a deterrent on that A site, and Fnatic once again going to Old Comfort, that B site.
Yep.
I love the wall here. That's going to really delay any split attempts. So that just messes with the timings here for Fnatic. They're going to be forced to make their way forward, though. Magnum with a great creep forward takes down Zoms. Dapper might be in with a chance here as he wants to try to harass them, but now down to 3 players. Dapper has to survive. He's got to keep his team anchored on this site for a retake.
I love the way they altered this strat a little bit from the side of Fnatic. Usually that wall is up when they get into the site. This time it's down and they say, how much room will you give us, Sentinels? It was quite a bit of room, but here comes Shazam once again. We've seen it before. Another one, but he's over at yellow. That's Mystic. That's the round. We're tied up once again at 5-5.
Impressive stuff from Fnatic. Really nice recovery. The forward push coming through around B was just fantastic. Really opened things up there for them in what was otherwise a fairly dire situation.
Yeah.
Again, Shazam and Tens, they've been they've been formidable on that A side. It feels very hard to gain entrance. And we might see, once again, early presence placed on that A site. Look at, judging by the minimap.
Looking at the economy, looking at that timeline, it is going to be another purchase here if Sentinels do go down, but Shazam puts an extra $200 in his pocket as they aggress. It was Fnatic taking a bit of ground. Now Sentinels is saying, we'll take that ground first and do quick pepper shots as Durka drops it. Shazam goes down.
Yeah, that first pick was totally gross. Now it's up to Tens to hold this one down. He's got Sick as well. Sick is going to get taken out by Durka, and Tens is going to go forward. He doesn't really have much choice. So with that said, after the dust settles, there's only 2 players remaining now for Sentinels in this retake. But only 3 to deal with, so it feels quite doable for them as Dapper presses his way forward. But the Viper's pick coming through is certainly going to make life more difficult here for Sentinels. Tom's up above, trying to find his way forward, but I think he's got sprayed straight through. That's heinous stuff from Fnatic, working out quite nicely. 6-5 as they look to try to take advantage going into the final round of the first half.
Mystic on the Viper, 12 and 6. Shazam, 17 and 10. Both doing for what they can for their teams to bring these frags out. The trade from Shazam, but Durka, again, we saw it in their first match where he just kept picking up kill after kill. He's a madman when it comes to opening up the site for Fnatic, and everybody rides that wave right behind him. We saw it right there for the round to pick up number 6 as we head to round 12. Can Sentinels tie it up?
Yeah, Shazam actually looking for something in middle. We haven't seen him really doing this before, so it could catch Fnatic off guard, especially if they have a mid-round rotation after the default. And maybe you see a player peel off from either the B or the A pressure, and Shazam will be able to catch one of those players, but not finding too much just yet. Going beyond the poison orb. Shazam really looking for that opening pick here.
I mean, they don't have to do much more on this round. With him pushed up that far, there's no way they come back around him. So he's good to always peek that side. Luckily enough, the bomb's just to, or spike's just to his right, and they're going to make sure nothing is encroaching into the sights. Sentinels more than happy to let the Spectre in the partial buy here in their last round bring Fnatic a little closer to these angles. That's going to be one frag. Shazam probably knows there's more behind that jump as they're looking to rotate to either site, but he may have to move now that he got found out.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, huge pick, and it almost seemed like they tried to punish the fact that he was there as opposed to A, and then they walk into 10s. So only 3 players left at Fnatic as they make their way into that B site now. And there's not much time left here. Durka, nice opening pick following it up as well, but it's up to Mystic now. 10 seconds to plant this spike. He might just be able to get this down, but he's got Shazam there. Just such a presence on that B site, and that is Sentinels tying things up at the end of the first half, 6-6.
The operator came in huge for Sentinels. The way that Fnatic was executing on the sites, able to get in, they were only having small windows to make those frags happen, and a small window is all Shazam needs. Over and over, we saw it on every site take, and Shazam was a very big key factor in making sure they were able to get that round.
Shazam's on 20 kills after the first half. That's that's not a bad start at all. My goodness.
Yeah.
You love to see that if you're a Sentinels fan.
Well, it's 6-6 now. And look back and forth, almost trading round for round. There were a few pockets there where teams were getting in the groove, but we'll see if Fnatic can start to pick up this pistol. They have the wall, the intention's there on the side to block something out if they want to push, and you can see where they already have Doma and Durka pushed up to. They say, well, it's going to be here, block them off immediately, and we'll stop their strat, so they have to call strat number 2. Looks like they'll back off of this, actually, without seeing any pressure yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you're familiar with Fnatic's playstyle, and there is a lot of information out there with all these setups that they like to play, it could be a good way to isolate a couple players, knowing that they'd be playing these spots. Durka will be committing this defense from yellow, and there's a swing, gets the dink, but Tens has the ghost advantage, and there goes the spike down. Sentinels in great advantage now. They've got the clock playing against Fnatic, as well as the post-plant positioning, and an extra player as well. So looking very nice so far from Sentinels.
Looking for Dapper. 30-second heal for him. Abilities coming back up. Sick. Looking to take some shots from the right. His 10's now firing forward and finds one in 2. Boaster on the flank now. This could actually be huge as he's turned around on by Zombs. Who's going to win that fight?
The timing. Boaster doing some damage there. It's up to Mystic now to try to do this. There's 2 players to worry about. Oh my goodness, Mystic somehow makes that one work. Perfect timing. Does he have enough though? Does he have enough time for this deep use? It's close! Oh, not quite! Mystic! Such a good effort, but it's not going to work out, Riv.
Oh my word, he cut the wrong wire. We saw it right there. His hand slipped. Holy moly, the .02s are coming out now. Okay. That is just something else. What a round. Mystic again, having one of these rounds where he just puts himself in the spotlight. Oh, it was just under that point. Unfortunate. Sentinels pouring one out on that one. They feel good to see that come into their favor. The pistol round goes to Sentinels.
Ooh, Marshall coming out. I like it from Durka. Marshall is dangerous.
Here.
Dashbury looking for this one. They're actually going to challenge this, Riv. This feels quite scary. Durka will go down, though. Ooh. But Doma is there to represent.
Quick shot to the Doma. Another shot to the Doma. Almost gets another one. Zombs takes him down, and they're going to be taking the site now. Boaster looking to get some early damage in, just misses out on Zombs. And a great flank hold here by Shazam, but he's not going to find anything just yet, so it's a wonder if they'll take it all the way back.
Last player standing.
Ooh. I don't know if they'll have to, but it looks like they're still going to. You can see Fnatic discussing on the other side, saying, all right, not a problem. You know, they know what they did wrong in that round. Let Mystic play this one out. And they're still doing good damage on these rounds. They do get the Marshals, they get a few Sheriffs, they drop Dapper, they drop 10s. They know as well, you see Sens is just getting into their eco rounds, a little bit of a bonus. So, or not eco round, sorry, just the bonus. And that will hurt for their next buys. If they're able to keep the Operator off Shazam and things like that, it is a very big boon for them. Woo!
Great shots there. And as you say, getting in the damage, just making it feel as aggressive as possible is really important. Definitely goes a long way, especially at this level. And that B-long play from Durka and Doma will be quite crucial to Fnatic's success. You can see the drone will tag Durka. You can see that Sentinels understand this. They want to always force this setup back because they want to deny the information from Fnatic, and they can do whatever they want after that, but you can see that the drone opening makes it fairly safe and not too much of an investment for Sentinels to do that.
Yeah.
And they know that they kind of have to do that because of, again, if you've studied Fnatic, you'll see Durka and Doma with those close B setups.
It's that chess play. You have to figure out what the move is before you can take an advance somewhere else, right? You got to see a few steps ahead. I mean, if they just went to hit A there, the push is pretty intense coming in from that side of Fnatic. There's shots coming to start the round as they trade 1 for 1.
And here comes the play more forward in towards this A site now. Fnatic have to try to defend this. Don't think they want to play a retake. Bosa in a forward position will get taken down. Nice trade though from Durka. Has that Vandal to work with. And Fnatic have this backside control mostly still to play with, so that's a good omen for them. But Zoms is up close and personal with Spectre running out of bullets though, and the trades keep on coming through. Fnatic still with a chance here, but Tens is making it impossible. Fantastic finish from him. And that said, I did really enjoy Mystic, you know, with that forward push rib. I think perhaps that is to punish the fact that they know that Sentinels will invest towards B-long fairly heavily at that early timing, so it's safer for him to walk out that far.
Absolutely. Grabbing info is one of my favorite things. If you're not doing it, I feel like it's a problem. So anywhere to get it, you know, Mystic's able to use that perfectly, especially as the Viper to cut off positions. Hits around. How about other Zoms? And that's why we actually see Viper a lot. You know, you're changing the complete view of the site, all the angles you want to create. And now that she's been in the mix a lot more for more teams, you play around that. She's not so much of what I used to call a trickster, where you're pretty much doing things for yourself. That's kind of like Yoru now. But yeah, Viper is so much more integrated into these plays. So Mystic being able to push up and utilize all that space is absolutely huge, because he delivers that to Boaster, and that's exactly how Fnatic works. Boaster wants all that information so he can walk around and they can start to pick apart their opponents for wherever, it's usually wherever Durka can get in and start getting first bloods, as we've heard of his stats.
And it does feel like, you know, as we see this tactical timeout coming from Fnatic, it's definitely very difficult from them, because, you know, you mentioned the pistol rounds previously, and we saw how insanely close that victory was on the pistol in the second half was for Sentinels. And for them to be able to get off to a good start on the attack, where they're able to dictate the pace, able to condition their opponents, it's a very comfortable position for Sentinels to find themselves in. Whereas Fnatic, you know, they're going to have to, I mean, it's very difficult on Icebox. It's hard to take risks on Icebox. There's other maps like Ascent, or, you know, Haven, or there's lots of other maps in the pool where it's much easier for you on the defense to take the initiative and to try to adapt. But on this map, it's much more difficult, I think. So it feels more oppressive.
Just aren't there.
Yeah, for sure. And it definitely requires you to be a very confident team inherently, because you're not going to get given too much, and you're going to have to be reactive. It's kind of just how it is. So we'll see what adjustments come through from Fnatic as we go into their following buy rounds. But as we can see here, the money's not too good, so it's going to be a half buy coming through from Fnatic. So maybe this would be a round, if there were to be any rounds featuring shenanigans, this would be a good place for it for Fnatic.
Exactly. They'll get 2,900 on that side of Fnatic. If they lose this round, they will be able to buy next, no matter what here. Dapper's going to start off with the Phantom as they start trading. And again, Sentinels focus that crane area at B-long.
Yeah, it really seems once again they know that they can get those kills there because Durka and Doma have been playing that forward setup very consistently. And so if you know you can get a couple kills there, you can go for it.
Doma pushing out the back. Fnatic doing a great job at saying, hey, nothing really lose this round. Let's move as a bit of a death ball. They break off one just so Doma can come from a different angle here. He should have his heal by the time he gets back around. And now I think they're going to both work underneath. Unless they save this into the next round. That could also be a play and just do a bit of damage on the way out, since this is such a hard retake. When you are retaking B, you need to invest a lot. In the beginning, I think a lot of teams didn't take B because it was just so open. It was hard to break off, really get a good strategy in, or make a util work, because it ended up with everybody just peeking out of B long and then it becoming a family photo firefight over and over. Here, the split with the toxic screen, so good. They're able to spam through it with a little bit of knowledge of what's coming. And Mystic will save that Vandal overall on this round. Whoa.
Oh, that was close. I was looking at the minimap and I was like, is he going to survive?
He tucked in his arms and legs. Hands, feet, arms inside the ride at all times. 10-6. Sentinels really creating a gap for themselves here with 4 up as we come into round 17.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job, but you know, if we're going to see a turnaround, obviously there's not too many more opportunities for Fnatic, but this would be a great one. They've gotten a fairly good sense of what Sentinels have been doing into their first buy round. We go now, we'll see the operator is going to be out in the hands of Shazam, so that might be a new challenge. 3 players here. Once again, that B long presence is maintained by Fnatic. They really want to win this. Durka actually going forward, gets the dink. Doma finishing off 10s. Res comes through though, and Sentinels getting a lot of action towards this B long position once again. And I mean, maybe even asking questions through the tube. Mystic has to try to respond in mid here. They've got to get something back, but it's just failing here, Rib. There doesn't seem to be anything for them.
10s drops them with the way the econ is flowing here, Dan. This means I think 3 members of Fnatic are going to have a very hard time buying coming into this round. That would be Durka, Boaster, and Magnum. I believe Mystic and Doma had a few extra bucks in their pocket just from saving up or the way they bought their utility, but that means rounds become harder. Fnatic has to find a way to make these eco rounds count a little bit more because the bank of Sentinels is growing. And when Sentinels feel like they have control of the game, that means everyone is vibing. You don't need it to be a 10s. You don't need it to be a sick. And honestly, the IGL of Shazam right now is stepping up with the operator for the team if you were to look.
And it seems like there's such a good read here from Sentinels as to how Fnatic want to play and where they can get their opening kills, because they've been reliably doing that. We do see Shazam getting taken out early on here in that forward position around Belt, and that's going to be some small consolation for Fnatic to work with, but they don't have good weaponry. They're going to try to get that weapon. Zoms with the punish. Great flick onto Boaster. That will even the numbers up. And in the meantime, Sick has made his way towards B.
They've already got their way in. Here come the abilities. Utilities out. Dapper with a great kill onto Durka. And now Mystic's going to do what he can. He's been fantastic in these situations, but alone now, he tempers himself to not, or make sure rather, he does not go down. Here comes the retake from both sides. Still a little bit tentative on the side of Fnatic as they watch their flanks, and it looks like they may allow this round to go through. Oh, Mystic.
Threading the needle there with that Spectre.
Lighting the fuse.
This is getting quite awkward now. 3v3. Som's Viper's Pit is out of the picture, but Mystic has his... Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Magnum with the
timing.
My God. Oh, that's a spike too. You hate to see it.
Perfect play from Magnum.
1 enemy remaining. I have this.
This round is something else right now, Dan.
There's no time here really for tens, is that? And that Viper's Pit is so much to work against. But maybe you can get a frag out of it at least. That's the goal at least. Nope. And there it is. It's over. That's a wrap.
Super smart play there by Fnatic, taking it slow. The fact that Mystic didn't fully commit at any time and he was still creating pressure. Viper does so much there. And really, props to Mystic there, and then props to Magnum for coming up huge, finding Sick with patience. Patience was the play there for Fnatic.
Yeah, such brilliant timing on that wraparound, and such an important round to pick up as well. Fnatic, you know, we've been describing that they're definitely on the struggle bus. And, you know, Fnatic you know, with the usual tricks, that the slow orb, deep B long, that gives control for them, and usually allows them to run the forward setups that they have been running. But this time, they'll be leaving the operator on that one with Durka and having more presence towards the A side of the map, where Sentinels are putting all of their focus. So it works out quite nicely for Fnatic. But the question is, do Fnatic want to play retake, or do they want to try to hold the A site proper? Because you know, those are two very different things. Boaster does have Hunter's Fury, so he might want to get out of the sites and play retake with that.
Yeah, it's a good eye. 3 ults on both sides. Bladestorm and Empress on the side of Sentinels. That Hunter's Fury, res, and lockdown. Are we going to see that here divide the site a little bit? Hunter's Fury will come first to hold the lockdown if it really becomes necessary with the spike play, and Zombs will fall. Eagle Eye Boaster comes up big.
Huge pick off to get. Oh, Mystic goes in as well, finds Shazam, and there is a huge opening here now for Fnatic. But speaking of which, Tens is going forward. The trade comes through, though. Then Fnatic are holding on wonderfully. That's such a great hold from them. Couldn't have gone any better. They only lost a single player.
Doma there.
Such a great hold. That Hunter's Fury really did come in handy as well. Taking out the Viper is always a nice way to start off.
So cleanly played. Fnatic definitely aren't pressuring themselves into anything they don't want to. They're playing it smart, like we saw with Mystic the other round, letting Sentinels in a little bit, giving them a false sense of security as they make it in. Doma will pop out, somebody else will pop out, and we'll see that it is just not able to be held by Sentinels at that time. But it is still Sentinels up currently in the game itself. As you see the series score on your screen, we have a little bit of a tech pause here as we get to kind of discuss what's been going on. It has been that game of chess, a lot of work towards the B site, and the operator sending a message has started to come out. Shazam's been doing it, and now we see Durka with the op here. As he's also been buying marshals on save rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Love to see that. That's definitely a confidence statement.
Yeah.
What's curious now is, you know, what is the answer for Sentinels? Because momentum certainly has shifted into the hands of Fnatic. And
absolutely.
So the question is, you know, Sentinels, do they want to go back to B and just force the issue there? They know that Durka and Doma like to play aggressively there. There's usually that slow orb that goes there from Fnatic at the earliest point of the round.
Get out of my way.
There's a lot of money for Sentinels right now. They lose this, they can still buy. So Fnatic really need to keep chipping away at the block. Shazam to peek. This is the drone. This is the one they were doing a few rounds ago from the side of Sentinels to make sure B long is clear. This area is theirs. And just some fundamental peeks here, making sure the Leer is out and the toxic screen. So everything's been the same so far. How do they vary it up? How do they change it from here? The reaction from Fnatic has been to allow them in. Mystic will call what utility he's seen, how it's being used, and then they'll have a pretty good idea of what they can do as a rebuttal. There we go.
They are very barely surviving. Yeah, they're really committed. I think that they realized that when they double up drafted and didn't see Durka here with the operator at yellow, that meant that he was elsewhere on the map, and they can't cross back now. And they know that. So Sentinels, it's not ideal for them, but they can still make this one work. It's very, very sketchy. Oh, a couple kills coming through for Fnatic through all of the smokes that are down, and just it's no man's land. It's very difficult to get across to a planting position here for Sentinels. They're really working against it, and it only gets worse. The knives come out from Shazam with 33 health left. He gets hit through the toxic screen, no less. That's not a good look for Sentinels. Sums takes down one, but there's too much to deal with. Fnatic looking very strong there, and that's one of those things, Rib, where it's like, you know, Shazam got the double up draft, spots that Durka is not B long. And so I think they just understand that he's playing mid there and it has that cross. So they have a decision to say, well, if he's not there, then we have some advantages in the early timings towards B because, you know, Durka's not going to be able to do anything. But at the same time, we can't go back.
Screen. Yeah. Right. Well, they didn't have a flank, right? That's one of the big things. If they've committed without anybody behind them, Sentinels have to retake just about everything, which becomes very, very tough. You know, we see the killjoy here for Fnatic, not for Sentinels. They don't even have the Cypher over there, so it's been difficult if they have not taken an area. A lot of frags to come out here to start with a res, and Magnum firing down the sights, able to take out 2.
Huge kills. Big fight around middle here from both teams. And it looks like Fnatic are coming out ahead. 2 versus 3 for Sentinels. Up tube goes Zoms perhaps, trying to dodge the drone. And Sick needs to make some plays as well. He's crept his way through that B site. Oh, he's been spotted by the turret. Feels bad. Now he just has to hit the shots. And it's Sick after all. That's a fantastic shot onto Magnum. Leaving it up to Zoms with a minute to play with. He's got the spike. He's going to make his way towards this A site. And there is a real chance here for Zoms. He knows that his opponents will not be anywhere near this A site. He knows he'll have quite a bit of space to maneuver here in this post plant, but it's going to be a tough one.
No util left. Poison orb out. That's going to pop, and he'll be able to play that a little bit now. One peek. Oh, just gets the ADS in that goes over the head of Boaster, who's got it locked in. Beautifully done, Fnatic. Bring it a little closer to bring us near that tie game of 11-11. Remember, coming into this round, Fnatic still has a bit of money built up. I'm sorry, Sentinels has a bit of money built up. I believe next round is still a buy for them, if I remember correctly. So, again, Fnatic chipping away here at what Sentinels had built up. That might have been a few rounds ago. Let's see what the buys are here.
Yeah, Durka's openings as well have been really difficult to deal with. Just even if he's not, we saw in one of the previous rounds, even the fact that he wasn't where he was expected, that was actually kind of an issue because he was playing mid instead and was cutting off that rotate. And then in this round, that quick peek in mid once again. So Durka's showing a lot more presence towards mid early rounds. And that can mean a lot of different things. But does it mean that mid should be avoided entirely for Sentinels? Because that might be one of the normal reactions you'd expect. Sentinels are working the A side, but Mystic is so quick across the zip line. He's able to take down 10s for free and get out of there. That's a huge problem here, Rib. Fnatic are coming back massively, and Sentinels need something huge themselves to start working something back into this one, lest they lose this first map.
Fnatic are doing a great job as soon as Sentinels get to a site of just kind of info denying. Sentinels want to know what they're up against, what's happening. And then, on a spur-of-the-moment round, boom, one of them goes forward and drops 10s immediately in the round. An unexpected thing. There's been no precedent set by Fnatic that they're going to be doing that. So varying it up, Fnatic is really starting to put things into the mix here to make sure Sentinels has to think twice. And Mystic, again, pushes up.
Not much left in the tank here now for Sentinels. Shazam against 4 players. And looking for that initial damage. Nice shot onto Boaster, but there's much more to be done, and they know exactly where he is now. There's no more element of surprise to work off of. Shazam starts to work his way around, and all his opponents have to do is stick together and not give him any opportunities. There's a turret laid down. Shazam, he knows he can't do too much here. He's going to be able to get this spike planted for the extra money at least.
Here they come. Oh, dear.
Dashing out. That almost looks like there was an opportunity there for Shazam, but
a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Shut down, yeah. There it is.
Tied up.
Oh, my word, Dan. These rounds, nail-biting each time. There's really the utility use coming into each site, and then seeing how the second usage of utility is there to make sure it can work even better than last time. You're varying it up so the teams aren't seeing the same thing. Here, Mystic again pushes up after a quick play to drop 1, gets 2 more after 10s. So what an impact round from him, and multiple impact rounds defending B. A lot of credit to Mystic, and they're vibing on the side of Fnatic right now. You'd have to be after this many rounds in a row.
Yeah, definitely. Everything they're doing is working, and Dirk is back to his normal positioning here, watching after the B along with that operator. He'll be spotted by the drone. And we might see the lurk up mid here coming through from Tens, and Dirk was looking for a play under the tube, but Tens has gone up into kitchen. This could be, this is the X factor in this round. We'll see what Dirk can do, holding on to yellow in the ice orb, but he's able to get himself the kill, and he's still sticking around with the cloud burst with the knives out. It's definitely a dangerous prospect for Sentinels, but they'll deal with him eventually.
Dapper takes down Dirk ahead in the clouds for the moment as Tens gets Magnum. It looks like Sentinels put themselves in a good spot for this round accordingly. And that's going to be the Viper's Pit going down. Dapper's in it. He'll plant, and let's see how this post plant is set up with Mystic getting a frag as the Hunter's Fury comes across as well.
Just coordinating things here, getting the res. A brief period of calm as they set up the retake. Fnatic. Very scary stuff. And there goes the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be very problematic here for Fnatic. Can see Shazam able to take down both. They're wrapping around. Doma's able to find one. The trade comes through. Magnum taps the spike. Forces out some util. Out the Viper's Pit. He perfectly baited Sick there.
Oh my God.
Almost gets the next one as well. And that is it. Can he find the time? No, not quite. Didn't get it up to halfway. It was a great attempt. And somehow Sentinels, they pick up around. It had to be this one, obviously. Fnatic in so much trouble there.
Oh my word. So hard to run in that deep snow. There was no way he was getting away. Wow. Everybody playing hard as well. The teamwork coming through from each side. Everybody playing their little parts in these rounds from Sentinels and Fnatic to now bring us to our final round, or a possible another tie to bring us to overtime on the day. Cannot wait to see. Already on the edge of our seat here for game one of this series as NA again takes on EU, and we're almost through Icebox. Round 24 on the board here. Can Fnatic keep it going?
Shazam with the Blaze Storm out is looking after mid at the moment. Not much play around here. It's worth mentioning there's no operators on the field at the moment. The weaponry, not the best if you're Zoms on that Bulldog, but I'm sure you can find an upgrade soon. And Sentinels with this mid presence is quite useful in terms of gathering that information early on. And it's a delay taken to be long as well coming through now from them as well. But Magnum's actually going and asking some questions. Does get tapped by the drone, falls back, actually survives. Durka will slow things down as well, and that will buy some time for the rotation, but maybe not. Zoms is straight through, takes down Durka, and Sentinels off to a good start to try to clinch this one.
This mid control coming from Sentinels as well, but a nice shot from Doma will cut that in half. It's now just going to be Shazam lurking up there. Bladestorm ready for him, and he's going to be able to deliver a little Cutco door-to-door onto Doma. And now Sentinels make their move on the post plant. Mystic, he's got a lot going for him, but this is a tall task.
Certainly is. Mystic making his way forward to see what he can get done here. Well, not too much. Shazam, excellent final round to close things here. Sentinels look like they were in so much trouble, Riv, but they managed to lock in map one of this best of 3 series against the European, masters, Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. Sentinels have been looking strong for so long, winning 7 of the last titles of the things they were even in. And they continue to just come in here trying to understand their opponent and playing their game. I think both teams played amazing there. And we're going to see that coming into next game. It came down to a matter of frags and a matter of rounds. I think the operator was huge on the side of Sentinels as it came through. And Mystic was such a player. And there's more like Durka, but I got to just shout out Mystic as well for what Fnatic was able to keep themselves doing that round.
Yeah, you're so right. There was just so many great individual moments coming through from Fnatic. In the times when you really needed to see them come alive, they made it happen. And this is such an important thing to be able to do against a team like Sentinels, because that describes Sentinels super well also. You got to have that firepower, and I think Fnatic, stepped up on this first map to really prove that. And in fact, I have to say, it was surprising to me that we didn't see Sentinels actually, or rather, we didn't see Fnatic winning the first map. It felt like their momentum was just unstoppable.
It really did. And looking back, as we talked a few of the maps that were in Challengers 2 for these teams, there was 10 plays for Fnatic on this and 8 plays during Challengers 2 stages for Sentinels. So 10 and 8, very close map. We saw that come to fruition here. And as we move on again, we go to Haven. It's Fnatic on attack again. We mentioned before, they're on attack if it goes to all 3 maps. So it's almost up to them to set the pace, to say, hey, this is how the game is playing. Because if that happens from a defensive side, it can become very, very chaotic.
I completely agree. And it's interesting, too, because in terms of the chaos, I feel like all of the individual players we wanted to see, we got to see them, find their moments. It didn't really seem like, 10s got shut down or anything like that. It really felt like both teams were able to play the game that they were looking to play. And that's, I think, an exciting prospect as we move through this series.
I'm so excited for Haven. If we were talking about how this is a chess game between two minds that have different meta strategies and double duelist and single duelist, Haven is the place you get to move your chess pieces around, and we're really going to get to see how Boaster and Shazam really work. I'm excited for this next one.
Yeah, do you already feeling one way or the other, Riv, when you know after seeing this first map, after seeing the teams performing today on LAN, do you feel any differently as before when we started this?
I can't. I'm not going to lie, though. Coming in, I rated Fnatic very strong in this entire tournament of Iceland. Just the way they were playing, the way they communicate, you know, knowing how their fundamentals work. And now we're seeing that that's matched through a lot of teams. We'll see if Fnatic can keep going. I think my brackets are going to get a little broken up here, but I'm more than happy to see that at this point. We'll see what happens, Dan.
Absolutely. It's time to toss it to a break, but we'll be back with the action shortly.
It got a little dicey there for Sentinels, but they managed to eke out the win against Fnatic on Icebox. Welcome back to the studio here, and let's go ahead and run through some of those Prime Gaming map highlights from Map 1, because there were a lot of big plays there from a particular opper, Shazam. Doug, this guy was on fire at the beginning of this game.
And a dominance, baby. You saw like why Shazam is so terrifying, and the thing is, like, he does it on the Jet, he can do it on the Sova. It doesn't matter what agent he's on. He's just so complete. He's such a full package player. He obviously made that op sing like in ways we really haven't seen for most of the day today, and you could tell so many of those rounds early on in the half were opened up by him, by those early picks, and Sentinels had so much room to breathe, so much room to work with from there. It really was an impressive start, but look, with that in mind, Fnatic and the grit that they showed, nuts.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the things I really wanted to add to that as well is just the fact that I think Fnatic eventually did have the right adaptations, because you mentioned how strong like Shazam were, how strong they were in the duels especially. Like if you look at how aggressive Fnatic were trying to be early, the default was just unstoppable from Sentinels. They shut them down every single time. Eventually, we see Fnatic change and they go, okay, we're going to fall back. We're going to play more passive. We're going to use our utility. Mystic, I think, did a stellar job at denying some of the bans, forcing them into more awkward battles. But it was just that little bit too late that, well, I think we always know eventually there's going to be a TenZ, there's going to be a Shazam, there's going to be someone that just gets you that round over the line.
Yeah, and I'm certainly going to be looking at this next game at, Dapper and Sick, because this is the beauty about Sentinels, is that they have a lot of weapons, Potter. It's very scary when this team goes online. Every player has pop-off potential, but, you're looking at the results there, and, Dapper along with Sick, kind of on the lower end, but that's fine when you have players like Shazam and TenZ stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a luxury to be able to say that, right, about your own teammates and really be able to depend on them to be able to close out rounds whenever you need them to. So going over to this Haven, I'm sure that Dapper will have a little bit more fun, I think. I think on Icebox, it tends to do that. It's such a large map that sometimes you're just playing rotations the entirety of the time. So the stats are a little bit wonky on Icebox at times. Haven, it's close quarter duels through and through. So I think we'll be seeing Sick having a lot more impact on this map.
Yeah, I think one other thing to think about when you think about those two agents is they were playing Sova and Sage, right? Like their ask was not to pop off. Their ask was not to top frag. And then fortunately, Sha and TenZ were able to do it for them. So I think a lot of it is also just having a healthy understanding of what their role is and how they fit that mold. They did what their team asked them to do. Now, I think another thing to keep in mind as we look back on map 1 was one of the questions for Sentinels going into this was, how will TenZ perform on LAN? Right? Like, big question mark for TenZ. How will he perform on LAN? 25 and 18. That's pretty good. I'd take that.
Yeah, not bad at all. But the player for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match was Shazam, because he had some unbelievable plays. This one in particular had all of us jumping out of our seats here. Shazam with the blades, knowing that there's an opportunity here. Durka as well, top yellow, maybe could cause a problem. Nope, not gonna happen. Shazam's able to nail that one. Looking for another one. That's gonna be 3. Does drift past the Sage, but still the damage was done at that point, thus proving that Shazam in that first half, and this was just the beginning of the game, was that momentum setter. He basically told Fnatic, we are here to play, do not take us lightly. And that came after Fnatic and Sentinels were trading blows back and forth, Tom. You can clearly see that Fnatic, they learned a lot of lessons in that game. It made a lot of adaptations, right? They were really favoring Belong. They decided to reel it back a few times. I think that actually that turned out to be very good in their favor. It worked out well for them because they were able to bring that game back.
Yeah, for sure. I think that there were definite moments where they were able to adapt, and going into the next map, they have a lot of cool combos. I think Boaster's Astra on Haven is astronomical. I think it's something we need to focus on, but I believe we're moving into the map. And I don't want to talk over this. Casters start game. Come on, click that button. Click that button.
Well, I did get word that the casters have indeed hit the start game button. It's now time to jump into Haven for map number 2. Let's head on over to DDK and Riv. Please start the game, guys. Seriously.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yeah, we pressed the button, and it's
I still think it's true that it's at Freak's house, wrapped in bacon or something, just like the servers. So it's very technical, believe me.
Hell yeah. And it's about to get very technical between these two teams. Moving into Haven, I feel like we got some good pre-game done on the desk there very briefly. Right before we go into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, Riv, what do you want to see as we go into Haven here?
So Fnatic did run a different composition than they've been running recently against Crew. Their composition since about April had the Astra, the Killjoy, a Raze, a Sage, and a Skye. That was traded out for a jet for the Rays, so they switched it up a little bit in the priority of how they want to work their movement around the map. But Sentinels has been running the same thing. Pretty much the same comp, but it has a Cypher in it. Will we see that? Is a big question. There's a meta switch here for most teams. They still have the double duelist composition going down to vary the ways they can enter the site and attack their opponents. And again, this is what it comes down to, is the chess game. At the end of the day, Dan, it's on Haven. You have the 3 sites. We know Sentinels has the fast B hit. Retract from that. Go different places. Fnatic likes to play towards C. Figure out what's going on as Boaster can absorb information all around the map. So I feel like we get that a little bit, and then our rounds will start to play out once again. I think we'll get even different focus players for this to have impact frags, because it was really anybody showing up right now than who we've docked on the rosters.
Yeah, and it's, again, you mentioned it before that we have Fnatic, on the attack at the beginning of all of these maps. And, of course, as we go into Haven, it's going to be really fun to see how exactly Sentinels will deal with Fnatic's approach to go, into the garage, because they tend to go for garage control as well as A control at the start. And they've got a pretty defined setup with regards to that, but we'll get more into that as we actually have it on screen. Here, of course, the Prime Gaming Agent Select. I don't think we're really seeing anything out of the ordinary. I think it all looks exactly as expected. It's really going to be about just, of course, as you said, the chess match, the interactions, the adaptations. What is going to be the response from Sentinels as they see Fnatic's default? But at the same time, this is a map unlike Icebox, where on the defense you can get a lot more aggressive on the extremities or the middle of the map. It's your choice.
And I believe Fnatic do have for their attack defense win rate, their percentage for attack is better, so this feels great for them. And I love the fact that a lot of teams are doing it, and we haven't mentioned it though. The Sky and the Sages coming back into the mix. We don't talk about resetting the entire composition that much. And that's exactly what those two can offer, especially when you're going up against damaging things like Hot Hands, Shazam coming in with Shock Bolts, and Tens hitting people with darts from far away. You can recoup that health, and Fnatic can reset. It's one of the biggest strats that they have, and looks like they're actually just going to go pull the trigger on a C here, lofting a digital molly over the top.
Yeah, fast CT coming through, so it's retake territory already, coming in for Sentinels. There's all the utilities used to grab this spy plant. Dapper will be taking down the wall. They're going to be pretty cautious here in how they try to make the attack. Durkit up close and personal with that frenzy, trying to deal with Sig. Oh, great bounce comes through from Shazam. The shocked up will do the damage needed, as now backside is under contestation as Sentinels looking to win that control at the back, and they're going to win every frag as well. So that is what you want to see if you are a Sentinels fan. It's something that is quite difficult sometimes to get those retakes working. You really have to get the timings right, and you have to kind of work on those positions and make sure that you get them all at the same time. There's a lot of moving pieces there, but Sentinels really made it all connect.
It felt a bit scattered there as Fnatic was in the site. Not too much positioning to make things happen, but knowing there's an Astra on the other side, you cannot just put everyone long C. So the way Sentinels didn't show much means they had all the utility to come in. They didn't actually, Fnatic didn't know where they could set up, because where Sentinels was going to use their utility was unknown. So it looked a bit scattered for Fnatic there, but really it was Sentinels info denying before they used all their utility.
Great shot of the gravity wall there as well. The timing to push him whilst that was active is huge. And we're going to see now the Fnatic squad, spreading out a little bit. A lot of presence towards Garage and C long. Looking actually like they want to go just for a straight C split here. Durkit actually takes down Dapper at the back. Oh, see, that's a huge win. It's up to Zombs to do the damage now. With the Spectre, he's going to get absolutely nothing. And Fnatic, they've absolutely crippled Sentinels early on in this round.
Love the guiding light coming through there. The fake on quite a few of them. And the buy again. Fnatic always will go for that buy. We don't see a Marshall this time because it was everybody in the cavalry moving up. Now they encroach on the rest of the map. And you have to expect this. Fnatic will, most of the time we've seen them pressure the same site a few times, get a gauge, get a read on everything, and then start to create a new precedent. And then one of the rounds, somebody's going to push out mid, or somebody will do something alone as opposed to what they were doing as a team previously. That's my prediction for Fnatic here as we continue to move forward. again, we go 1-1 in our first 2 rounds. At this point on Icebox, we had dueling Blade Storm, so things are paced a little bit here, but it's still going to be a great match.
Yeah, it's always nice to get the Prime Gaming flawless. Nothing, I don't think there was any damage at all, really, onto a single player for Fnatic. They really did a good job.
Pull, shoot. Woo!
It must be fantastic playing with Boaster. What an unending source of energy he must be on the team.
It is a vibe for sure. The man himself. Always great to watch the excitement he's putting out. You can feel it for sure. So we start this round. Ultimate Orbs, not too much of a focus. We do have a bit of a play over towards C here. And it looks like they're just going to keep walking through. Sick feels like there's going to be a bit of pressure. Garage will also be take 3-2 split from Fnatic.
And Durka just straight through that, dashing forwards as once again they go for the C-long control. It's quite a brawl, but again, not too much to work with for Sentinels except these pistols. So not actually the worst result in the world here. Shazam going to try to bank that shock dart off onto the default spot. Not going to catch that though, as really it's a case of, can we find any weapons? Can we get any additional damage? Durka's up close. Tens, we've all seen what he can do here. Durka's going to respect it, dashing away, re-engaging towards Logs, and Tens will go down as well. And that is Fnatic coming away with the round. They do lose 3 players, but that is still quite okay given the money situation that they're in.
Yeah, and the question is, do they keep sending a message, Dan? Right, these rounds were super aggressive coming in from Fnatic here, and we know they can play that way, but usually it's the information grab from Boaster, the move around the map, and we also see them trending a little bit more towards Astra after the press conference. He is saying, yeah, Brim works for us, and they do now thread in both to their compositions with having Brim still around bind and whatnot, but here we see the play again towards long C. If that's an alt or grab or not, Blade Storm is up right now for Durka. We'll see where he can use that or get taken down by Tens with the jet-on-jet action.
Yeah, fantastic win early on, taking down Durka. And Tens is actually going to reposition towards A long, so he's going to be pushing that slowly but surely. At the same time, Sentinels are starting to feel some of that pressure towards C and Garage once again. It's been a favorite here for Fnatic. They are really trying to condition Sentinels to expect this. Nice flash around the side from Sick. Another one coming through, perhaps. They're trying to slow things down. Seeker's making their way through as well. Desperately trying to hold on to backside. It's a huge position for Sentinels to keep hold of to make sure that they win this round.
They're sharing the same spot. Who's going to pay rent, Dan? That's the question. It's coming up now. Shazam with a few shots, and they start to trade.
Really forced to take the fights here at this point. There's players all over the place. Doma able to take down Zoms. And Tens comes in from the flank now. This could be the play to end things. Fantastic control from him. Takes down Mystic, and it's too easy for Dapper to take down the retreating Doma. And that's going to be Sentinels locking it in.
2-2 as we head to round 5 again. Punch for punch between both of these teams. And it has been setting the pressure. We said Fnatic will have to look to set the tone here, coming in on attack once again. Bring a little momentum even from the last map with it in favor of Sentinels. And now as they start to come back, this will be another win coming in favor of, Sentinels. If they can get it, the money will be all right. Fnatic doing what they can here off of that one to really keep their economy good here. Things can get poor for both teams if this round goes wrong.
Oh, interesting early presence on A, but actually Sentinels calling the bluff. They're spotting it, and they don't see anything A lobby. Instead, it's once again this push around to what feels like Garage, but Fnatic mixing things up here, making a play towards middle. It's certainly going to be understood at this point. Completely open, of course. Fnatic looking to set themselves up. It can be hard to play post-plant on this B site, though, so we'll have to see what Sentinels will do in response to this, Rib.
Spam from lower. I wonder when B would come into the mix. Mystic goes down. Hunter's Fury comes across. And they're going to look to plan again. Durka now focused on that as the rest of the team is focused on the angles. And a nice hold from Magnum. He's in mid. They're kind of trying to organize how they want to play this. Because 2 members of Sentinels are on each side of B.
Yeah, the A-Link, C-Link split through to the sites. Fnatic playing quite a few players on the sites. This actually might be quite helpful for Fnatic's chances to hold this. Here comes the first swing. There's no trade, though, at all. Well, eventually, Tens will find it. In fact, he gets Boaster as well up on top of the structure. We'll see what else Tens can find here as he looms above. Ever dangerous. Doma takes down absolutely everybody except Tens. Can he find him? No. Tens from above. Able to take down Doma, the last player standing. And that's the defuse in, well, I was going to say the nick of time. In fact, there was plenty of time there for Tens. And that's a 3-2 finish.
The retakes are so scary. And again, that looked like a bit of a flustered hold. 3 people on the front. Magnum actually left his position and window to pull up. And it's because once you're smoked out on mid, it's actually so hard to regain that position back and just fire through at somebody defusing the spike. So here, it gets really clustered inside B, even with the forward plant, right? Even with the plant for someone in window, Fnatic weren't playing for that. And it seems like they're getting sorted now by Sentinels on that retake. It is only 1 round there. We'll see if Sentinels can keep up that pace in the retakes.
And once again, we get that opening kill from Tens, just controlling the A side of the map really effectively. That's a huge problem for Fnatic to have to find some kind of solution for. It can't be that Tens is able to just win control there so easily every round. Yeah. And, I mean, there's lots of time left, but at this point, there's certainly a lot to be done here for Fnatic. Looking to take this garage control. There is that tripwire there. That's going to alert Sentinels as to what's going on. Oh, I love this from Sig. Looking to find a timing on the C long push. He's also able to get lots of info, because if it was going to be a C play, then Sig would probably spot players here. So this tells Sentinels so very much about the rotations here for Fnatic and where they are going.
Playing for quick hits as it comes into A here. They're going to be in pretty precarious positions on the side of Sentinels as this A hit comes in. That's going to be the peak from Tens, though. And this looks like it'll be a committal, Dan.
Yeah, they have that lockdown coming through as well, and Zoms is going to try to get their kill. Nice snap from Zoms. He might be able to get out of there in time as well. You can see the pursuit is in, but indeed, Zoms has made it to safety. That's a beautiful play from him, and that will give Sentinels the advantage. There goes the Cosmic Divide. Dapper straight through the window. No fear from him, leaving Boaster on the flank, and they know where Boaster is, or they have a good idea because they spotted him just previously around that B position. And Boaster, there's no time for him to do anything else. Sentinels, fantastic result from them, 4-2. It was almost a great recovery from Fnatic. That had all the makings of a comeback in the late round, but didn't come to fruition.
And Sentinels just aren't biting on a lot of these moves. They're ready for a few people to hold. They'll take some shots, and before one of them goes down, they'll usually grab a few. We see Tens grabbing a few, goes down. And what Fnatic was doing yesterday to find their round wins on Haven attack was really stretch out what they were finding in information, then be able to move to the other side of the map and power in numbers any spike site. Here, you have Tens and you have just a few holding the site, so Fnatic can't get their plays to result in a win.
And I just love the sense that Sentinels had Sick pushing down C long in that last round. I think it was just such a strong move.
Yep.
Just to stay ahead on the information game, always important. And Fnatic looking once again to go for the C splits. Looking for that early information, sending out the Hound. And Sentinels, they're in position to hold back site again. Again, this is such a crucial position to hold. 6 up on the platform. Fantastic work from Sentinels. They are dropping Fnatic members with ease at this point. Only 2 remaining at this moment. The Seekers will go out. Boaster on the flank, but Tens with the daggers is lethal.
So for that round, Dan, I look at how long Fnatic was there at long C. That one ult point that we did see Mystic get to bring up Seekers was standing next to them the whole time, making what that engage would have been so much stronger. Instead of filing in with a few angle shots, Dapper finds you, a few more find you, Tens hits you, and then not having the Seekers for the take, but the Seekers for the mid part of the execution. So I feel like the ult orb can be focused more there at long. They have the Astra for the fake. The gate's already being used for Dapper on defense, so the time is there. Maybe a little more ult orb focus can really bring those plays to fruition here for Fnatic. 5-2 as we come into round 8. And it looks like Sentinels are feeling good with their positioning and maybe even aggression here from Sick.
Yeah, the hot hands will slow things down a lot. Right now, Fnatic have to go fast, but the utility is really holding them at bay, and the rotation is going to come through. The dash from Dirk is in, but he gets taken down again. Reinforcements is already here. The cavalry have arrived, and it wasn't even necessary. Great hold coming through from Sentinels. I think as soon as they spotted that gravity well, they knew exactly that it was a fast play, and that all they had to do was just delay, and they would be in an advantage.
Quick call from Sick there as he holds with the hot hands too, so they back up. And it looks like we may have a quick pause coming through for the moment as we see what's going down. Maybe just a quick pause for team pause, rather.
I think
just usually the smoke clouds are something that makes it harder to control the site, but TenZ is just making his own playground in there, Dan.
Yeah, and he's really been making the A side of the map his playground. I think one of the things that for me is an issue for Fnatic is the ease at which TenZ has been making plays and just holding on to the A short and A long positions. We haven't really seen, I feel like, Fnatic gaining a lobby control, forcing the defenders on A to kind of fall all the way back onto site, and then making them scared to go aggressive again. We're actually seeing that Fnatic kind of just give it up fairly easily, and Sentinels have been taking advantage. And that can be okay that Fnatic give it up easily, but in the case of how Sentinels are responding, that's not working out for Fnatic. Sentinels are getting more information, and they look really confident on their retakes on C, especially, and also B. So feels like we need to see Fnatic really winning more control on the A side of the map in the LED.
Absolutely. And you look at the economy, a good time to talk about it, the pause and the score lineup. With the amount of rounds lost, I mean, after 3 rounds lost, you're getting 2,900. That's the max. So if Fnatic lose again, add 2,900 to those credit scores, right? Only 3,000 for Durka, the guy that kind of wants an op. 3,400 for Mystic, not a full buy. So you can see how hard this is getting, especially when they're not really even chipping away at what Sentinels has in the bank. Sentinels are getting 3,000 for a win, and if they lose one round, on top of those credits you see on the right, they'll get 1,900 credits. So still a buy for a few, an easy drop for Dapper onto 10 since he's been buying out onto operators. They're very set on econ. So the way Sentinels has been going forward is also set up to, if Fnatic pull a few rounds in, they'll have the economy. So a lot more happening than just them shooting each other at this point here, 9 rounds in, and we'll see how that econ plays out here. The gun round that could really matter to get some rounds back for Fnatic, or do more go in the favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, and once again we actually see Fnatic with some early presence on A, just with utility, but just falling off immediately. And it looks like we might actually have Sick pushing A short here, so difference there. And TenZ up on the structure. Durka's going to walk straight into his crosshairs. And the C split once again seems to be the order of the day here for Fnatic. Down a man, but if they're able to get in against Dapper, they might be in for some good times. Dapper gets concussed, he's in trouble. There comes the Cloudburst to keep him away from harm's way just for the moment, but Fnatic seem to win every battle, and they have the site.
Player standing.
What a much needed round, and the way they're performing it as well, happening beautifully, only losing Durka, and they'll be able to get much needed econ throughout that. A great play as well. A lot of the plays have been fast. They're sticking to that. They're trusting each other's shots and confidence on the commitment of these executions. A lot of times, if you're not, your teammates are checking second angles. You're not where you're looking where you're supposed to be, but these are getting cleaner and cleaner from Fnatic as they seem to shake off a bit of the rust of what was maybe in their minds from game 1 here. They're getting real focused now.
Yeah, great timing from Fnatic on the 2 defenders at the back of the C site. And we'll see if there's any changes here now. From Sentinel's side of things, they may opt to try to mix things up a little bit. We get the knives coming out from Durka. TenZ is in a forward position and A short. This is dangerous. Able to take down the Hound as he falls back. And just barely escaping. Down to 50 health. One more knife would have done it. But TenZ still lives. And Fnatic forcing some respect here because, there's 3 players towards A at the moment. TenZ is going for the big rotation towards C, it seems. Although he seems unsure, actually, going back and forth. So that just tells you the fact that TenZ is going back and forth like that on the minimap suggests that Sentinels really don't know at this point whether it's rotation or whether they're going to recommit to A.
kind of either timing the lean or committing him to one. So they commit him to one, and they time the lean now for everybody else here. What information is being grabbed that lets them know? They do hear Killjoy, and I think that's what in Garage starts to pull everybody over. The divide plus Killjoy sound, and now they're like, wait, nothing's happening yet. What a strat from Fnatic, completely routing Sentinels, but Sentinels as well feel like they are a retake team. We know this, we see this, and still feel comfortable in this situation. Let's see how both teams play it with 5 up.
Spike planted.
And back them. Oh, can't take down bombs. That's a big problem. Mystic on the site. It's got a lot to do. Able to take down Tens from up high, but there's so many players. The flash comes through. Nowhere to work off. In the corner, burning in the hot hands. Mystic still alive somehow. Doma keeps him alive for a moment longer. Into a 2 versus 2 here. Fnatic, they pick up the res. Doma is doing more with Mystic. Oh my God, Fnatic. That's so incredible from them. How on earth they managed to pull that one off, I will never understand, but it was beautiful. That is to be sure.
You look at Doma, Dan, the sneaky res bait. In that moment of chaos, you want to win the round, and you hear that res and think, oh, I can peek out, and then realize what the situation is. The other team is not actually in much chaos as you thought. They're ready to play off the res. Doma with the big head play there to bring up a teammate, save that teammate, and capitalize on the round for Fnatic. That whole round from Fnatic looked really good, and it's what they needed to start getting back in this. Let's see if they can do it again, as Sentinels are starting to get on those shaky buys, but it is a Blade Storm here for Tens to make sure it all works.
Oof, Tens has got a really poor position, so they could actually just fall all the way back if they wanted to off of that A side completely. The drone will come through though. Again, it could serve as bait for Tens.
I've got your trail.
Will they check for this? Get a lot of aggression in the mid position as well. Tens able to pick himself up. A kill on the weapon. Storm's backside on B, still causing problems, spamming through the Astra smoke. Is able to take down at least one. In comes the Hunter's Fury as well to add insult to injury from the hands of Shazam as Mystic goes up close, wants to get the punish. Oh, that's the jump right click from Tens to deal with Mystic. And now it's down to Bosa, and he is in a world of hurt here. He is very far away from that spike as well. There we go, Sentinels, 7 rounds against Fnatic's 4, looking great in this first half.
Last round in the half.
And the pressure, you know, of one match in their favor. Still a lot of game to go here in the second one. Here, a little result of aiming at someone that's not looking at you. We've all been there. Still capitalizes on the kill. Dapper onto Doma, and then these trades as well. The fast play. As you see that neural uplink come up, the instant blink, the instant bye-bye. And Dapper sets up for the last kill. And that was a fast one from Fnatic. They kind of went away from what they've been doing, hit B as quick as possible, and the setup just wasn't there right away. If they found Zom sooner, I think we would have seen a much different play, but somehow Zom's kept himself alive and spamming there.
I was about to ask the question if they know about Durka, but there is a drone coming forward. Tens will get spotted. He has to dash away. Great timing from Boaster. Takes down Sig. Huge opportunity because right now Fnatic are not committed one way or the other. They have a minute to play with. Deep position from Boaster. We'll see what he can do as he's against Dapper. The spray through is good for Dapper. That's going to even things up, 4 versus 4. And looks like Fnatic, they are going to commit onto this A site.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's rare you see Garage play. There has to be a play off the ball here. It's the A play for Fnatic. 1 minute left in the round. Cosmic Divide comes up. And we're going to see how it's going to be worked here. Up over. Doma wants to get a little 5-head play going up, so they got different angles they're entering the site at, and it only works for a few. Sentinels will find that one. They seem impenetrable at this point, Dan, as it is now first half 8-4 in favor of Sentinels. They are now on attack.
Yeah, such a great half from them. And, you know, Fnatic definitely struggled with Tens. I think early on, it's fair to say, Tens did a lot of great damage around the A short and A long positions. It seemed like, generally speaking, that was a sanctuary for the Sentinels team. Nothing really, they always looked quite confident there. They deflected a lot of pushes. Yeah. It was the C splits where Fnatic were winning their rounds. And as we switch halves here, it could be a very different story.
And we talked about coming in, what you know, with their small stylistic differences in agent pools and metas that they run in single duelist and double duelist and a bit of util, and also how they kind of play towards being very, very strategic minded, just a thinking man's game. We said that Sentinels would be able to beat Fnatic if one player was kind of able to pop off and pull Fnatic out of that structure they like to play in. Here we got a little bit of that 10 out of 10s as he was pushing forward on defense. Now it could be even more effective on offense, but Fnatic wants to start off strong. Magnum with the frenzy to get that first frag on the board.
Dirk is on the chase here in window. There goes the flash from Sky to give him an assist. Dapper's able to escape though, and Bosa's coming for him as well. Dapper is just so slippery at the moment. He's got 4 players on him at the moment, so he's eventually going to go down. And in the meantime, his teammates, all 3 of them, have made their way through B into the A site for A plants. It's going to be a difficult hold against 5 players, but they at least do have the opportunity to do so. And they're going to hear the thunderfooting of the entire Fnatic roster coming up the A long and A short positions. Oh, this is going to be a tough hold. Zoms has that frenzy. There we go. Picks up 1. A second one coming through from Zoms, and that might make the difference. 2v2 now. Shazam picks up another. It's up to Zoms to finish it off. He's got 22 health. He is extremely weak. Mystic has to try to bait him out, but Zoms is not falling for it. He is not going to call this at all. He's going to just force the stick. Such a great play from Zoms. Now just jiggling, but has he done enough?
Beautiful.
He hasn't done enough. Mystic, beautiful indeed. And Fnatic will barely clinch that pistol. My goodness.
Smart play by Mystic. I think as you dig deep into that one and look at the small things, there's probably knowledge in the round. That was a frenzy he was fighting against versus a ghost. You can go to half. Just the calmness he was able to play that with, if we're really thinking about what Mystic was thinking. He probably wasn't afraid. He's like, oh, there's a frenzy on the other side. Yeah, he might dink me, but I'm just going to be able to do this. Boom.
Ooh.
It is close, but he had the upper hand a lot of ways there, and Mystic played it very smart.
Yeah, Mystic's been coming up huge in some of these clutch moments in this series so far, and that is just one more. And back into it we go, and looks like Tens is trying to get some love with that Sheriff as he pushes towards the B site. And we know how much he can do with that.
Oh,
Lurker.
You were saying?
Yeah, he's got that Marshall on the go. We saw it on Icebox, didn't get too much with it, but this time is different. He's looking at the spike too, so he's just going to stare at that because that is key information, and you can see the Asher smoke comes forth to allow a pickup. Actually recalls the star.
Yeah. Quick recall, little play, a little tag, maybe one more, goes for the dash. A little flashy play as they trade damage, both down to about 40 and 24 HP for Tens. It looks like they might want to be. Is this the run in, slam the spike B, and run out to go flank from every other position? Here comes Dapper, and he does have it in hand. They get the mollies out early from Killjoy, so this might work if they get the smokes down in the plant. Whoops.
The Sheriffs are starting to do some damage, 3v3 now. As Doma looks to go close, but how much does he want to risk? They're going to swing for this one against Doma. Oh, turns away from the flash. Able to make it work, though, with the help of Mystic. That was extremely scary. I have to say, I actually love what Sentinels did there instead of trying to plant the spike, which was guaranteed, and I think they know it. They were, like, all just swinging on that one player. That was really smart.
Yeah. Doma, nice job cutting the angle. Mystic, a great job as well coming around as they figured out what Sentinels is doing. I love when teams will delay a little bit, right? You saw Shazam run all the way to the back, and you're like, well, maybe this makes Fnatic peak a little bit more because they're rushed. But Fnatic are reading the game very well right now. They're not going to get in there before they have to. They want to see everything about the big picture before they execute. And there, the big picture came to them as the strat was to encroach forward more and force Sentinels. Here we got a little bit of C-Love starting off. We are 8-6 as we head to round 15. Fnatic are picking it up.
Yeah, they definitely are. This is great for them. Sentinels, after showing that initial presence, will be rotating back. And there's just so many options for them in the mid-round.
Consideration for pushes. You can see Sentinels are like, we haven't cleared this yet. So playing very aware of what could happen.
Fnatic might be looking to get some information around this timing. You can see Magnum might be thinking about it They've got a couple players to Fnatic in the garage position. They also are pushing C long at the same time. Boaster sees a player. So information now. And Sentinels will work their way towards that B site. There go the Astra smokes. Tens is back site. Tens actually has the spike. It's going to be finally planting that one on the left side.
Spike planted.
This is scary stuff, I got to say, Rib. 5v5 retake.
This is so absurd to see actually on a B take. Everybody on the outside, they're leaving it to the last moment, so the utility use has to be super impactful. Running in, Durka gets Tens, and that's going to be the start.
Oh, this is a problem for Sentinels right now. The defuse is coming through, the stick is coming through, it's almost there. Oh my god, the spray is gonna do it! And it's... Oh no, it's basically a mausoleum on the site there. It's all the bodies in one place. Sick, coming in quite clutch there. That actually, I thought for sure they were gonna actually get the stick there. Looks very close.
Yeah. Oh my word. I mean, it's what you got to try, right? One of the dangerous things about Sentinels, we talk about all the time, is their ability to retake. That happens in 2 phases of the game. When you're on defense and for your post plant. So for 5 Sentinels to be alive at the end of their post plant is still very scary. You're getting the full package coming through, and they know how to do it very well. So they play their game, retake it is after a plant, and Sentinels have control in that way if they keep getting to these sites.
Oh, this is very scary. They could be walking straight into Durka here with those knives. Oh, guess one! Tens is down.
Great
Durka,
shots.
another one coming through the updraft, looking to find additional damage out of those knives. He might just do it. Out comes the Marshal. But he's done enough. He has done enough for the team. Fnatic, 4 versus 2. Are in a great position now. Mystic has that forward position in window as well, so able to keep track of his opponents, but that cam is going to force him back, the tag. And they're making the run, Riff. They're making the run away.
Oh. Try to meet. Doma knows that was a little late, so they are into sight. Trailblazer's going to give him a little bit more info. I don't know if anybody plays under hell on this one, but it's going to be the 4v2 spike plant here for Dapper and Shazam. Fnatic looking to grab this one back to bring the rounds even closer.
30 seconds left.
And here comes Magnum to make matters worse.
Ooh.
Lovely stuff. You can see the gravity well completely destroyed everything there. They needed to get the spike down to that precise timing. And that gravity well allowed them to come out of the choke points.
Tens versus Durka. I love it. I love it right now. Little jet on jet action. We're seeing the 2 highlight players here that kind of are known come in. Everybody's good on these teams. We know that. But it's always good to see those 2 get a little rivalry going here if they're able to produce it within the matches. Our second map here in the series. This is, remember, one needs for Fnatic to keep themselves here in the upper bracket, to keep themselves in this best of 3 with Sentinels grabbing map 1. And we are going to get a quick tech pause here. How you feeling, Dan?
Feeling good. I think this is a great matchup so far. I think, you know, as you highlighted, it's a very scary prospect, you know, that lower bracket. I feel like both of these teams are going to want to, of course, you know, avoid that Captain Obvious statement, but it is going to be quite the gauntlet.
I mean, can you imagine Liquid and Fnatic down there if it happens? Woo!
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, that might, you know, cause some problems for those people that wanted that Liquid Fnatic finals.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think Sentinels, for many, were the favorite of this tournament. They're off to a good start so far. I mean, this series, though, with that said, we're only 1 map down, and the second map could certainly turn around into Fnatic's favor. And it's hard to know in Valorant. It really is until the match is over. We've already had some fantastic overtimes here today. In the, you know, thrilling Liquid V1 match, for example, that was pretty insane. We'd love to get some overtime action here too.
Yeah, exactly. It puts you in a different mindset of how you have to play the game. Usually you don't get too many naked ups, the no armor ups as the price was brought up. So everybody plays down to rifles, maybe something we haven't been seeing throughout the match. And usually it's that kind of one and done strat. You might have your penalty shot for overtime, you know, to make sure you get that round. We are into round 17 right now. Mystic with Seekers up. Sentinels, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm, and Cosmic Divide. You do have lockdown from Magnum on deck. Is he in a position to grab that? No, they're at Garage. And it looks like it might be a little bit of love for the long A side here as we see the Astras orbs from Zoms going down. Stars, rather.
Yeah, Sentinels, what is the play here? They've got that early control around A lobby. Pushing
Push
through
down.
the smoke to A long.
Whoa.
With the aggression from Garage, that early information. Sentinels might actually just want to commit here.
Yep.
Especially after deflecting that early aggression. Sentinels could even actually cut noise even longer, but they're going to contact in. I love this. Ten's making his way forward with the knives. There goes the updraft as he tries to get the entries. The right click misses from Tens, and Fnatic are defending this one. Uh-oh, this is a problem. That's the spike now down on the ground on the long ramp, and Fnatic are just pulling Sentinels apart piece by piece for the Prime Gaming flawless.
Ice cold from Doma. The Hunter's Fury ripping through him. A jet flying over his head. Does not matter. Hits the shot spot on. Makes it out alive. Assessing every threat. And the Prime Gaming flawless. What a play. Both teams as well. The execution was there from Sentinels, but thwarted. Whoop. Little sidestep jump out by Fnatic.
And it would be such a different round, I think, if Tens picks up that kill. So such a crucial moment in that round. And that's Fnatic 8 now. Just one round the deficit against Sentinels in this second half.
Spikes down here, Dan. Looks like a slower round as that gets picked up on the side for Shazam. They're still back by T-Hall as they're splitting the map ever so slowly. And Six actually going to put a little pressure Garage. They're going to say, yeah, we're doing this. It's an eco round. We want to see how you react. It looks like Fnatic wants to turtle a little bit here, read the play more, and they'll give up C for now, saying, yeah, they're going to rush it. A good chance one of us goes down for a one and done. Let's make it a better play. And the sneaky Sick comes up big with the first blood.
Yeah, they had absolutely no idea. That's such a big kill to get. Bosa would be such an issue on the retake, but now he's out of the equation entirely thanks to Sick. And they can get that spike planted, and that is exactly what they're going to do. An open plant. Not much util remaining, though, for Sentinels. That might be an advantage here. Cosmic Divide does come through. There's a res as well used by Fnatic to get Bosa back in. Oh, this is going to be
Dapper
tough.
here. Dapper with a big flank as they start this, Dan. Side entry starting.
We'll see what he's able to do. His timing might be a little bit off here. He's quite far back at this point. The spike is already being diffused here by Fnatic. Ten's able to find the headshot onto Durka. The pressure is coming through, though. Still a problem. That spike keeps getting restarted on the defuse. Doma has to stick it, but Tens nails Doma with that Marshal at distance. Great round from Sentinels. Oof, that was a close one. After the res and the Cosmic Divide, I just had no idea who was going to come out ahead on that one. The flash is flying through it. But this was fantastic from Sick. You know, there's a few ways they could have played this position once he gets it. He knows at that point, oh my god, I can't believe what we're seeing here from Tens. But after you get that forward position on Sick, you can either try to bait rotations into him. Woo! Oh my god, it's just disgusting, isn't it? Or you can try to wait to see if they're going to recheck it. We're straight back into the action here, Riv.
Dan, I'm not sure how something just came across my mind, but remind me in just a second as we get through this round. Shazam starting off there big, and it looks like that is going to cause a pause for Fnatic here as they slowly play this. Durka loves short. He loves short A. This is his vibe spot, and it's going to be a 1. It's going to be a 2 for Durka as he gets out.
Yeah, fantastic pickup. That's a spot that you can sometimes get massive value from. What a time to get it. Fnatic now might be finding their way onto the side just in the right moment. Bosa back sight. Does he know someone's already ahead? Oh my god, the knives flying past Bosa, takes down Zoms, and there's Magnum for the assist. And it looks like that's a wrap. This could be a good time for the mental note for you, Riv, to remind yourself.
It actually is, because we're looking at Shazam. The mental note is about the Sova. As Shazam plays this out, let's talk about what happened in the previous half when Fnatic, okay, Shazam goes down. Fnatic was planning aggressively on sites. They planted on B, they planted on C, but they never went long. We just saw Sentinels have a strat where they went long and utilize this Sova to clear out any frags through the smokes. Without a Sova, without something to ping themselves back in, the plants we saw from Fnatic in the sites where they couldn't separate, they couldn't get out, that Sova would have been very big. So just a recall for last half. I said those were chaotic. It's kind of just because they didn't have the util to set up those post plants from far away. So seeing the Sova come in big, Sentinel's able to make use of that in rounds. But Fnatic there, shutting down Shazam to bring us almost to a tie here in map 2.
And Durka playing on top of the Radiant boxes this time around on C. He's done it a couple of times, trying to cause problems with the knives usually, but we'll get spotted out this time around. Heavy presence from Sentinels towards C long. Might be trying to contact through. It's always scary to do this. Sick in a position for the run it back if he chooses to go through all of this. And he could try to do that, and that's... All right, they're going to go with it. Straight in, goes Sick with the run it back. The dash comes through as well. As Tens comes out, but he goes down. Zoms with the trade onto Durka and Bosa. There's still players here for Fnatic causing problems on the site. There's so much work to be done here from Sentinels, and it looks like they may have done everything they need to at least get somewhere safe to plant this spike, but maybe no. There's no respite for Sentinels because Fnatic just don't stop the aggression.
No!
Sentinels lock it in, though.
The self-flash on the way in, that was still the peak from Mystic, not knowing Doma was just off the corner and that guiding light hit him, so a bit disjointed on the take. I mean, they had to go fast, right? It's part of the play that brings itself out, but it's just Fnatic is really being stretched in before they're getting to the spike site. Sentinels are doing a great job at winning the fights they need to win and really using the power in numbers with a little bit of utility to get themselves into these positions to be successful in the round. Plant money too coming in. They've been, one of the biggest things is the way Sentinels has worked the econ game to allow themselves into these buys we've been seeing, right? A Marshall round to bring them back in just a few rounds ago.
I love this here from Durka, the walkout mids. Oh, it could be walking through a massive hole here. You can see Dapper is in position to try to cover for these eventualities, but it is a game of timing. Just holding position in window for the moment. Oh, Hunter's Fury absolutely nailing Doma in the A site. And that might be the opportunity now for Durka to get his flank on. But will he get there in time? Mystic with a nice hold, gets traded through, but still, it's about this flank from Durka. Can he activate this one? The knives are out. Sick doesn't know about it. There's the first kill. Able to dash away. Dapper can't plant the spike, and in from the back again. Durka comes through, opens it up for Magnum to lock it in.
Leaps himself off the top. Great landing. 10 out of 10. 11 to 10, though, is the scoreline. Fnatic clawing their way back and doing it with great rounds each time. And it is coming down to the last drop. We're seeing one person alive on each side, and sometimes it's a 2 or a 3K to get us there as these teams are literally pressuring each other to the last moment here. Round 22, 11 to 10. Another map going punch for punch here once we get towards the end. And we're going to see how this one happens. You have the Zoms ult, Cosmic Divide on deck. Seekers are there for Mystic, and they use them right away. Push on C.
Great nano swarm that, just to delay and split up the efforts towards the A side. It's actually going to be just forced all the way through. Magnum's there through the window. The Seeker's going through else. Also, Durka escaping. And this is going to be interesting here because Sentinels, they have the A site, but the positioning all around the map here for Fnatic for the retake will be quite strong.
So this is the get out, play retake all over again. These strats have been so zany. I love what Fnatic just did there, trying to make a Sentinels play sweaty. Sentinels then really, you could see them rethinking how to play position. It looks like we're reset here for both sides, and Fnatic the better off in this situation.
Yeah, they've also suggested that there could be a flank, but they're all combining their forces here in the front, in the window, through spawn. Tens has a lot of work on his hands here. He's not going to be able to deal any damage. It's up to Dapper there. Oh, no! What the hell was that from Dapper? Riv, that doesn't make sense. He is alone against 4 players, and he just nails every single one of them with the Phantom.
Yeah,
not necessarily the guy you expect it from on this team.
to the window. You could say to the wall, but yeah. And absolutely 4K instantly. And we say over and over again, anybody on these teams, Sentinel, Duelist, Controller, Initiator, can pop off. The skill is there. It's not about the agent. And we're seeing that here from both teams, Sentinels versus Fnatic. A possible final round in this best of 3.
Absolutely. My jaw is still just dropped on the floor from that one from Dapper. And indeed, Sentinels in such a strong position. They've got a huge weaponry advantage. It did trade out 1-for-1 though, so we'll see if Fnatic can work off of this situation. But normally, a situation like this is hugely beneficial for the attackers as they can spread the defense thin. And you can see that to counteract this, Fnatic are actually grouping up towards this A site. They're actually playing more of a retake gamble. And maybe this works out for them because we can see that Sentinels have set their sights on this A bomb site, in fact.
Playing it slow, a jump in Mystic. I mean, seeing that, Sentinels should be able to read that there are more there. Usually a jumper means they are guarded by someone else, so little tidbits of information they could use. Trailblazer comes out. Oh, one side's not watched, though.
Traded. It's a huge dash from TenZ, but still alive here. For Boaster and Magnum, for Fnatic to keep their chances alive and prevent themselves going down to the lower bracket. Lots of work to be done, but it's a quick rotation from Sentinels towards this C site. You can see that very aggressive Cosmic Divide there, locking away Spawn. Oh, Boaster's managed to pick himself up an upgrade, but this is just so difficult. Is Magnum going to make a solo play through this smoke?
He has to wait. They have to draw fake control here. Oh, he doesn't. They come in. So Boaster says, go off my plays. Go off these orbs. We have to be able to hit them and figure out where some are. So now Boaster gets that sentry information to where the players of Sentinels could be.
I know exactly where.
And there it is. Dapper's going to lock it in. Sentinels have bested Fnatic in the upper bracket 2-0, but it wasn't anything except a very, very close series. This could have gone absolutely either way, Riv. This was so damn close.
And I can't wait to see more of these types of matches. NA taking 2 over EU today. In the end of that game, we saw Sentinels was able to attack a few of the errors of what Fnatic was doing. The last Trailblazer went to an already watched position. And you can see as soon as it went there, Doma said, wait, Trailblazer's going Cat. I'm watching Cat. And he turns around just a little too late. And Sentinels was able to do that a few times. Find those little windows, and they had to be picture perfect. And Fnatic put up one hell of a fight along the way. This was an amazing series.
It's kind of crazy because this series really came down to so many of the clutches. I mean, if you think about that Dapper, just insane, just super controlled spray. When we saw that in slow motion, I kind of felt like that's probably what Dapper was seeing in his mind.
Yeah.
The way that he was able to kill all those 4 players, that should never happen. And there were so many other moments like that that came from Sentinels. Fnatic as well had a lot of amazing clutches in this series, but you know, Sentinels, what we've learned here today is that they feel very, very comfortable on land, delivering. And we've also, I feel like we've also learned that from Fnatic. Both teams looking so strong, could have gone either way. It was just Sentinels' game to win this time.
And that's Sentinels. We were talking about map plays earlier. Sentinels played Haven 15 times throughout Challengers 2. It's one of their most played maps. They feel very comfortable on it. It's 9 plays for Fnatic, so not even that far behind. Just Sentinels being able to get those reps in, understanding where they can flex, what they can flex, and sometimes the game momentum feels a bit of the same, and they can resort to that feeling. Seeing how the game went, I think we got our gameplay of very methodical from both teams, bringing out a few strats when they were least expecting it, like the pushes down mid, Fnatic at the end. Maybe more of those would have been a surprise to Sentinels, because the way Fnatic won their first matchup, Dan, was that was Durka after Boaster's information opening up a 1v1. Sentinels were not fond of giving any 1v1s or anything until an initial site take was happening. So with Fnatic not being able to get those initial picks, it seemed to hurt them a bit.
It absolutely did. It was just so interesting to see how well they did do in these positions of disadvantage. It was great to see that they never really lacked confidence, and even when they were in really bad spots, always seemed to find something to bring that momentum back. And with that said, it is time for us to take a quick break. We're going to hear from our analysts and Shazam in the Verizon post-match interview, so stay tuned for that.
Whilst down my soul, saving my life, keep me tight. Say whilst down my soul, it's alright. I'ma fight. Go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need. And I just wanna feel your light. It's all I need. And I just want you on my side. So tell me, will you be alright? Go ahead, give me all your fight. I've been caught up in this life, don't speak my mind enough. I'm driving, pushing on me, boundaries break like all the time. Yeah, I just gotta hold on, common ground, stand on. You push me in this fiction. Just go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need. I just wanna feel your light. It's all I need, and I just want you on my side. So tell me, will you be alright? Whilst down my soul, save my life, give me tight. Say whilst down my soul, it's alright. I'ma fight. Go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need. And I just wanna feel your light. It's all I need. And I just want you on my side. So tell me, will you be alright? Go ahead, give me all your fight. I've been caught up in this life, don't speak my mind enough. I'm trying to keep pushing on me, boundaries break like all the time. Yeah, I just gotta hold on, common ground to stand on. You push me in this fiction. Just go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need. I just wanna feel your light. It's all I need, and I just want you on my side.
And it's on this day that NA reigns supreme for now, because we have a lot more Valorant left to play in Reykjavik, Iceland. Welcome back to the studio, folks. Golden Boy here with my analysts, Potter, Doug, and Tom Biz. And Sentinels came out victorious in our last series of the day. And, you know, you already know the deal, folks. We're going into the Prime Gaming map highlights because there were a lot of great plays here. Potter, top to bottom, this was a stupendous matchup. The 2-0 certainly doesn't do it justice.
Doesn't indeed. And you know, there were so many turning points in this series that I thought it could have gone OT, it could have gone to the third map, it could have gone the distance through and through. And I think that just goes to show exactly how close these guys are in the competition. And I gotta say, man, this Haven, it was round 22 in particular, Durkee. He was so active throughout the entire series, but in this round, he had that mid control. He gathered so much info. They were able to over-rotate towards that A site, got a beautiful flank off, but unfortunately, again, Sentinels, they clapped back. Dapper in the very following round with 4 kills for himself. Beautiful plays coming out from Cypher, just all across the board. Incredible gameplay.
Yeah, and you know what, though, Tom, I'm going to say this much, man. Toward the beginning of that game, it felt like Mystic was single-handedly trying to will this team back into it. And then once he gave the layup, it was Durka, as Potter had mentioned, that did fabulous work. It wasn't enough, but still a lot to be proud of there if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think it came down to a few crucial moments. I think Potter mentioning that Dapper, like, spray down that was just unbelievable. I think we were in a server of 10 superstars. Like, they're going to be the future. We're going to see so many battles between these two teams. I'm hoping we get another one in this tournament, if I'm being honest, because even though, like, my region is on the losing end of it, I enjoyed the match. Like, it was incredible to watch, and I'm hoping Fnatic now take this loss, learn from it, and then come back even stronger in the next one.
Yeah, and as we await the interview as it comes from Dash in a moment here. Doug, I want to bring you into the conversation. You know, obviously we banter, we have a good time. NA-EU, there's always that fun discussion, but truly we were treated to some stupendous Valorant today on both sides of the field here. And I think it's safe to say that this is far from over. EU have a lot that they could pull away from this, both Liquid and Fnatic, to try and get the better of their NA counterparts in the later rounds potentially.
Oh, I agree completely. I think when we were prepping for this tournament, I think it was Driv I was chatting with, but I said that I believe that the winner of this tournament very likely comes from the lower bracket. So while it was fun today, I think there's a lot to be said about what kind of a championship team is built from going through a lower bracket run in an event like this. I think there's a lot of character that's built there, that some of the intangibles that you may not come across otherwise. So while it was a hard day for EU, like, again, there's a lower bracket for a reason, and I still to this day believe that the winner's going to come from there. It was a very impressive performance out of Sentinels, though, right? Like, they were complete. They looked really good.
Yeah, and obviously we're not going to address the clear bias in the background there for Doug. You know, it took him, by the way, fun fact for those of you guys joining us watching, it took Doug, I think, the entirety of that game to get that flag mounted behind him. So shout out to you, Doug. Perseverance really is the American way. Potter, I mentioned this before that I wanted to see more, and I know that this wasn't their particular role, but this is what makes Sentinel so dynamic, is that you get a player like Dapper. Sure, he's quiet in game one, has some plays, but nothing that you can write home about. And then this game, I mean, Dapper was just meticulous. So many rounds, so many clutch rounds for this team. How do they do it?
Man, you know, it's the calculated aggression coming up from Dapper, because so many times we saw the pounce coming up from him, whether it was him jumping out from heaven on Haven, whether it was the flanks, just so many different flavors coming out from Dapper. And that's what they needed, right? Because just the series before, we saw the delay, the Molotovs, the walls, the Sage walls, the Astra orbs. There's just so much that delays those retakes from actually happening. But when you've got a player like Dapper who's able to find the hole, find the weakness, and really capitalize in those small timings that he's able to do, it's so much impact, so much value. And it doesn't always come in the form of kills either. It comes in the form of communication. It comes in the form of map control, as I said. So Dapper is definitely does a lot of work behind the scenes.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, he reminds us of our incredible production here. Always behind the scenes, kicking butt, doing what you got to do. Love to see it. And of course, shout out to our great crew, both here and in Iceland, and all you guys as well. Now, Tom, I understand though there's some things you want to break down, Papa. Why don't you run me through some of those moments?
Well, this is one of the cooler rounds that we saw coming out from Fnatic. I think it highlights how good Boaster truly is at like selling these fake rounds, like just placing down utility and trying to bait out the rotations, but also how Sentinels are more than happy to almost just group up and try and play this one as a squad. Like, they don't necessarily want individual players to get isolated. So we see the Cosmic Divide thrown in after some fake utility, even having a push through from Magnum as well to show presence into Garage. And by that point, they've already managed to get themselves all the way through onto the A site. Now, it actually continues to go very, very badly for Fnatic, at least in the initial stages, with just how clutch some of these players are, how good that Sentinels were at clearing all of the flanks and making sure that Magnum, who we know as someone who likes to be in these positions, is not able to get anything done. And realistically, like right from here, this is a 2 versus 5. So it wasn't just Sentinels like pulling out these crazy clutch rounds. Like we see this from Mystic and Doma, able to pull things back. Unfortunately, when it came to the end of it, like Sentinels just slightly got the better of them. But